Get ready because today is the Black-Eyed Susan race. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll take you live to Pimlico where preparations are underway and the horses are just starting to wake up.
And we are looking at a pretty day at Pimlico today, but come tomorrow, I'm tracking our next weather maker. I've got an updated look at exactly when the showers arrive in just a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Oh, it's 4:30 on this Friday, May 19th, and it is Black-Eyed Susan Day. I'm Tom Rogers. Thank you so much for waking up with us and joining us. An exciting weekend here in Baltimore. It all depends on the weather because you need to figure out just what you saw right there with Olivia and her fascinator, what you're going to wear at Black-Eyed Susan and Preakness. Meteorologist Amy Aronson definitely in the Black-Eyed Susan mode right here. Great dress.
Thanks. Yeah, not heading out to Pimlico this year. I'll be right here in studio tracking that weather maker coming just in time for Preakness. But today we're in good shape. So if you're headed out to Black-Eyed Susan today and joining Olivia at Pimlico, today you're in perfect shape. Little cool out there this morning. You'll notice she had the jacket on. Low 50s to start, low to mid 50s to start things off in the Baltimore area this morning. Maybe you're getting ready to head out to school. Plan on increasing clouds today, more clouds than sun. And overall, just a comfortable day. We'll spend the afternoon in the upper 60s and low 70s. But yes, I am tracking our next weather maker tomorrow. I've got an updated look at exactly when the showers will move into Pimlico for Preakness in just about 10 minutes. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Well, let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network at 4:31. Taking a live look over the Towson Parkville area right here, inner outer loops. No issues to report. In fact, besides construction, there is nothing on the roads that will be slowing you down this morning. You see it and you hear it. It's Black-Eyed Susan Day, and we are getting in the mood for the Preakness Stakes tomorrow. Olivia Dance is at Pimlico this morning, and she's joining us live with all the preparations that are already underway. And I know there's already activity there at 4:32, Olivia.
Yeah, good morning, Tom. They are up bright and early here as well. We're by the stables here, and you can see there's a horse actually getting a bath behind me. The horses are starting to wake up right now, getting fed, getting their baths, and then soon, of course, they're going to go on their first morning walks before they head over to the racetrack. But this year, of course, safety and security is always top of mind at big events like this, which makes me want to bring in Major Mike here. He is head of security at Pimlico. Good morning.
Good morning. Welcome back to Old Hilltop.
I know. Thanks for being here so early with us. Okay, so let's just talk safety and security measures. What measures are in place this year just for such a big event like this?
So for our guests coming to the track this morning, throughout the day, everybody will walk through mags, bag checks, screening, in reference to pocketbooks. Small pocketbooks are permitted, but large beach bags, type bags are not. In and out, we actually want everybody to go to Preakness.com to look at our security measures, our parking, so at least when they get their guest experience coming to the racetrack, it'll get in and on their way for a great Black-Eyed Susan Day.
And of course, you know, you guys obviously are taking this very seriously. We went through the security check coming in, so good to see that you guys are taking security so seriously. Any tips for people? I mean, you already mentioned the bags, but anything that people should just definitely not bring, leave it at home? What can people bring, that type of thing?
Okay, weapons, drugs, of course. No drones are allowed on the property in reference to our airspace, but if they go to Preakness.com, it has every information on there in reference to all of the safety protocols and the traffic plan to get everybody in and out of the property in a safe manner.
And I guess the biggest tip is just make sure you get here early, give yourself plenty of time, because of course we know a lot of people are going to be trying to come, and traffic probably will be pretty heavy.
And we're going to have a great Black-Eyed Susan.
It's going to be a great day. Thank you so much. We really appreciate you being here, and Tom, we'll send it back to you.
All right, thank you, Olivia. And of course, with Preakness Stakes rolling back around to a major weekend for Baltimore businesses. It's not just the race that's attracting people, though, from all over our country. Bruno Mars is headlining this year's concerts right on Pimlico's infield. Economists say Preakness could bring about $50 million for the greater Baltimore region and the state this year.
A lot of interest this year. Again, there's this focus among many people that they want to have more experiences. This is the second jewel of the Triple Crown, and we have the Kentucky Derby winner racing in this race, so that adds to the intrigue. And so I think you are going to see a lot of people there.
Well, if you celebrate the Preakness Stakes this year, make sure you send us a picture or video from Pimlico or at-home Preakness celebrations. Head to foxbaltimore.com/chime in. You can scan the QR code right there on your screen. Turning now to a city in crisis as city leaders are touting a drop in shootings this year in Baltimore. Some residents say it's not enough to erase the violent crime trend several years in the making. Southwest Baltimore resident Helen Howard says the ongoing crime crisis keeps her inside her home and it compromises her health.
The doctor wants me to have exercise, walk. I'm supposed to have exercise if I got a bad heart. And to come out here and walk, it's scary.
Well, in the meantime, Baltimore City Council is set to hold a hearing on a youth curfew next week. It's a measure designed to reduce juvenile crime. In Annapolis, this year's legislative session is over, but some are calling on lawmakers to come back for a special session to address the juvenile crime crisis.
Whether it is finding a way to get more of these guns off the streets or tougher penalties to deal with this type of thing, but they definitely need to get more involved in this than to wait another 9 months before another session comes.
Fox 45 News asking Governor West more about potential solutions to youth violence in Maryland or if he'll call a special session. His response came in a news release sent out earlier this week, reading, quote, "When tragedy strikes and we do nothing, we know we are contending with more than a gun violence issue." Well, Governor Moore did appear on CNN yesterday afternoon talking about Maryland's new law limiting where legal gun owners can carry their firearms. It's already facing a legal challenge from the NRA. Governor Moore says he's not concerned.
I do think this law will hold up. We were working in partnership with the Office of the Attorney General, who believes that this law will hold up. But also importantly, these are common sense gun laws. People should not be able to bring firearms anywhere they want to. And our state is something that our state is not going to stand for. We have an all-of-the-above approach in the way that we're dealing with public safety, and this is a component of it.
Opponents of Senate Bill 1 argue the gun control law actually penalizes legal firearm owners, and criminals should be the priority when it comes to enforcement. Still ahead this morning, the EPA coming down hard on Baltimore City leaders for their handling of the E. coli contamination last fall. The order that has been issued and how long the city has to respond. Plus, warm and sunny for your Black-Eyed Susan Day. And that's coming up ahead. Meteorologist Amy Aronson tracking the conditions all morning long for you. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning.
4:40 on this Friday. As we head into Preakness weekend, here's a preview of what to expect. Today, mostly cloudy, comfortable, and dry with highs in the low 70s. Tomorrow, we end up in the mid 70s, but I am tracking some showers by the afternoon and actually by post time. If you are heading out to Pimlico, send us your pictures, foxbaltimore.com/chime in. We'll talk more about the timeline of the showers tomorrow in just about 10 minutes. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Here's a look at today's headlines. As we mentioned, it's Black-Eyed Susan Day at Pimlico, kicking off Preakness weekend. Governor Wes Moore giving the commencement address at Coppin State University. And the Ravens, they'll be hosting movie night at M&T Bank Stadium with a showing of DC League of Super Pets on all the stadium scoreboards. Coming up after the break, criticism surrounding the city's handling of the E. coli contamination last fall. Why a former city leader points to poor management. Plus, Baltimore County has a new superintendent of public schools. What she's promising as she takes her role. And here is what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now. We take on wasteful government spending to end the week. After all the debt ceiling talk, it is our waste of the week, and it's this morning on the National Desk. America's News Now, weekday mornings.
And you can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekday mornings from 6 to 9. 4:41 is the time. You're taking a live look over the Inner Harbor this morning, and my goodness, it looks beautiful. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. .444 continuing coverage this Friday morning. The EPA is condemning Baltimore's handling of the E. coli contamination and other crises, saying that the city did not comply with the Safe Water Drinking Act. The EPA also says that Baltimore has not fully complied with a 2010 order requiring the city to cover or treat its uncovered reservoirs at Druid Lake and Ashburton. Those projects come with other upgrades to the surrounding parks, too. A former city council member says that is part of the problem.
I think there's poor management on all levels. There are people who exploited the requirements by EPA to do a lot of other things. And that may be one of the reasons why this thing is taking so long.
The order requires the city to respond to the EPA and MDE within 7 days, conduct monthly monitoring and sampling of those two reservoirs, and submit monthly progress reports to the EPA, among other things. Well, turning now to counties under pressure, Baltimore County officially confirms that Dr. Miriam Yarbrough as the new school superintendent. And the state superintendent approving her appointment in a letter shared with our Project Baltimore team yesterday afternoon. The state says it's committed to help Yarbrough's mission to bring Baltimore County back to the top of the state academically.
I was here as a first-year teacher, and I remember when Baltimore County Public Schools, we were at the top of the state. It is my intention to work together with you, the community, our staff, all stakeholders, and our students, first and foremost, to get back to the top of the state and the nation.
Well, Dr. Yarbrough was recently named in a wrongful termination suit filed in Baltimore County, but she received positive feedback at a hearing this week. Yarbrough's contract begins July 1st. She is the county's fourth superintendent in just 6 years after Dr. Darrell Williams decided not to renew his contract. Trending this morning, Maryland Department of Natural Resources releasing a new survey showing the number of blue crabs in the Chesapeake Bay has gone up, according to the Blue Crab Winter Dread Survey. Now, the population has gone from 227 million crabs last year to 323 million this year. Officials say despite the uptick, they are continuing to remain vigilant as the number of juvenile crabs has been below average for the past 4 years. One diploma is impressive, but what about 4 at only 13 years of age? Elijah Muhammad from Oklahoma has crossed the stage at college graduation 4 times. His family says he's the youngest black American to graduate with a computer science and cybersecurity degree.
First, I really didn't understand the full impact of it until my dad was fully explained it. It's like, you're really doing this, like you're the youngest to ever do it.
He is the smartest person I know, and it's like, regardless if you're older or not, it's like, I've never seen nothing like him.
Young excellence runs in their family. Elijah's sister, Shania, also graduated from college, but she was much older. She was 15. Unbelievable. Yeah, that's incredible family right there. And we have one of our family members joining us this morning, meteorologist Amy Aronson. And it's kind of like Black-Eyed Susan Day, and you look at all the horses. I automatically go to Frosty O'Toole this morning because it's a little bit cooler.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, it's nice out there this morning. Not bad for Black-Eyed Susan Day. This is like my favorite day because it's not as busy there typically as Preakness and as crazy as Saturday gets. Weather-wise, we're in better shape today, actually, compared to tomorrow. We're starting off overcast this morning. You can't see the clouds just yet, but the sun should actually be up shortly, just in under an hour now. And then we will see more clouds than sun to start things off. Low 50s to begin. Low 70s is where we're headed today. Cloudy and mild for your Friday. I am tracking a few showers now for Preakness tomorrow. Far from a washout, but we'll definitely dodge some showers before post time. Looks like both weekend days are going to be nice and warm, and actually we're drier come Sunday. So we are tracking a weather maker this weekend, actually technically 2. We've got a cold front well to our west pushing through the Midwest. We've also got this area of low pressure to our south. That's going to be barreling up the coast. I think we'll only see rain from one of these systems, and that's the one to our west. The system to our south is going to throw some clouds our direction today and again tomorrow, but the rain with that should stay offshore. Future scan shows that. It shows a mix of clouds and sun today. We do end up in the very comfy low 70s this afternoon, low to mid 70s by the end of the day, actually. We stay dry through tonight, but then clouds really fill in and thicken through tomorrow morning. The day starts off dry. Actually, up through lunchtime, we could enjoy a little bit of sun with temperatures warming into the low and mid 70s. But here comes that skinny line of showers courtesy of that front. Right now, future scan pegs that happening between 5 and 7 o'clock. And of course, post time right around 7, so not ideal for that. Nothing significant, no severe weather, just a line of skinny showers. That should get out of here Saturday night, and after that, we are drier for the rest of your weekend. Mostly cloudy today for Black-Eyed Susan festivities at Pimlico. Otherwise pretty comfy, low 70s this afternoon after a cool start to the day. Tonight looks fantastic for grilling plans too. Leading up to sunset, we're in good shape with temperatures in the mid and upper 60s. After that, little cooler tonight with increasing clouds ahead of that shower chance briefly on Preakness Saturday. So here's your Preakness planner. We've got mostly cloudy skies. I would plan on a couple of showers throughout the day. It's not going to be completely dry, but it's also not going to be a washout either. Temperature-wise, we're in good shape. It's pretty similar similar to today, actually possibly a few degrees warmer, with highs bouncing right into the mid-70s. So Saturday, not a washout, but I am throwing in that chance for some afternoon showers. Sunday looks much drier. We've got bright sunshine for the end of the weekend, with highs getting close to 80. We're near 80 again on Monday. After that, temperatures will actually settle back into the mid-70s for the second half of the week, and we are looking at a mostly dry 7-day forecast ahead of us. We stay mostly dry all the way through next Thursday. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network now. Taking a live look from 895 95 is the volume starting to pick up slowly this morning. No issues to report around the Baltimore region. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Black-Eyed Susan Day, Mark.
Yes, happy day to you, too. We appreciate it. Good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there right now on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 505 operating with a 5-minute delay. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for the commute start. Light Rail Link showing no delays or difficulties on time service there, and Metro Subway Link on time between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Still ahead this morning, preparations underway at Pimlico. We're taking you live there all morning long. Plus, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and Disney at odds again, how the company is upping the ante. 4:51's the time. You're watching Fox 45's Early Edition, all local, all morning. .454 making your headlines this morning. Georgia Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene is for the 5th time introducing articles of impeachment against President Joe Biden, along with top leaders of the FBI and Department of Justice.
Matthew Graves, Christopher Wray, Merrick Garland, Alejandro Mayorkas, and Joe Biden are all corrupt and unfit to hold office, and they all must be impeached.
Now, she does not have the GOP votes to pass these articles, but it represents the argument by the far-right corner of the GOP that Biden and his cabinet are corrupt. She accuses the FBI of abusing its authority in controversies over parents at school board meetings and the search for former President Trump's Florida estate. This comes at the same time the House holds a hearing on alleged weaponization of the federal government and the FBI. Democrats slammed the effort.
My colleagues on the far right are on a mission to attack, discredit, and ultimately dismantle the FBI. This is defund the police on steroids.
Now, the hearing is examining how the Bureau has allegedly retaliated against whistleblowers. Police released video from Monday's mass shooting in Farmington, New Mexico, where police say an 18-year-old gunman killed 3 people, injured 6 others. And we warn you, you may find this disturbing.
Arms to your hands! I'm good! Subject down! Subject is down!
You heard him yelling, suspect is down. Police say a 79-year-old woman was shot and killed driving down the street near the gunman's home. 2 other people killed were apparently just trying to help the woman when they were shot. Police say lethal force was their only option at that point.
He's making a stand, and he has opportunities to run off. He does not use those opportunities. So, yes, it's my belief that ultimately in his head, he has made a decision that he's going to stand and fight it out until he's killed.
Now, police say they will release additional footage next week after the officers involved give their statements. The scandal plaguing Congressman George Santos as he escaped expulsion from Congress Wednesday over fraud charges that were filed against him. He says he supports the decision by Republicans to send the matter to the House Ethics Committee.
This is the process, right? So if you want to, we're going to talk about accountability and transparency. This is the way to do it. Is it odd to vote to refer yourself to the Ethics Committee yesterday? No, it was the right thing to do. If you respect the process, you'll vote for the process.
Republicans face criticism from Democrats who say they punted the issue, but they argue the Ethics Committee will probably have a result within 2 months. Members of both major political parties agreeing that if Santos is found guilty by the Ethics Committee, he is out.
And we're very comfortable that George Santos is not going to be a congressman very long. Whatever process gets us to George Santos no longer being a congressman as quickly as possible is the one that I embrace. This will do that.
When asked if he will resign if the Ethics Committee recommends it, Santos says, of course. Now, if he exits Congress, his district will hold a special election to fill a seat. Senator Dianne Feinstein is back in Washington after a 3-month-plus battle with shingles, but new reports indicate that she may have suffered from more than that. The New York Times claiming the 89-year-old senator suffered from Ramsay-Hunt syndrome, meaning a rash spread to her head and neck, and she also has a case of brain swelling, but didn't publicly disclose those conditions. Feinstein says she'll retire when her term ends next year. Singer Ed Sheeran beats a second copyright infringement lawsuit surrounding his hit song Thinking Out Loud, which plaintiffs argue copied off of Marvin Gaye's Let's Get It On. A judge dismissed the case, saying the chord progression in Let's Get It On is, quote, too commonplace to merit copyright protection. The judge says the song is protected. It would create a monopoly over a basic building block of music. Continuing coverage this morning, Disney executives are sending a message to Florida Governor Ron DeSantis that they are not bluffing. The company says it is scrapping plans to build a $1 billion office complex in Florida that would have brought 2,000 jobs to the state. This ups the ante in Disney's feud with Republican governor who called Disney anti-business. DeSantis moved to take over the company's special tax district, handpicked a board to oversee it, and Disney tried to circumvent that plan. Now the governor and Disney are locked in a legal battle.
All the way over on the far turn.
Get ready because today is the Black-Eyed Susan race. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll take you live to Pimlico where preparations are underway and the horses are just starting to wake up.
City leaders shouting a decrease in crime, but one woman says that does not mirror her reality. We'll take a look at the crime stats in the Southwest District just ahead.
And we are off to a comfortable start this morning, but I am tracking our next weather maker this weekend. I'll let you know when that arrives in just a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Oh, we are in yellow and black today because it is a Friday morning, May 19th. It's Black-Eyed Susan Day. Thanks for joining us. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's bring in meteorologist Amy Aronson. Historically, Black-Eyed Susan Day usually rains. Not the case.
Not the case this year. Tomorrow, different story. So it looks like some showers will be showing up before Preakness weekend is over, but not the case this morning, not the case today if you're headed out to Pimlico. We're off to a comfy start, low to mid 50s this morning to get things started. Light jackets certainly warranted. Perfect morning for a jog or run. We are starting off overcast. You'll notice our numbers just updated here. Not a ton of sunshine, not a ton of warmth this morning, but that makes it comfy and perfect for outdoor exercise. We'll end up close to 60 degrees by the end of the morning. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, we will look ahead to that all-important Preakness forecast, and I will let you know exactly when you can plan on some showers tomorrow. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. We've got your Lens Stoller Traffic Network, our live cameras around the region here showing a little bit of volume picking up this morning, but no issues to report. Pretty smooth sailing.
And of course, on this Black-Eyed Susan Day, we are getting in the mood for the Preakness Stakes tomorrow.
I just love hearing the bugle. And Olivia Dance looking beautiful at Pimlico this morning. She is joining us live with all the preparations underway. What you need to know if you're placing bets. Olivia, I love the Fascinator.
Thank you, Megan. Yeah, I kind of feel like royalty with this hat. I've never worn one of these before, but it's nice, and obviously we're ready to go, and the horses here are also up and ready. They're just starting to wake up. They're getting their breakfast, getting some baths, and then they're going to make their way over to the racetrack. But right now I want to bring in Callie. You are a handicapper here. Good morning.
Hello, good morning, Olivia. Welcome here to Pimlico so early in the morning. We're glad to have you.
No. Well, thank you for being here with us so early, and obviously it's a big weekend ahead. Today's a big day, so
Yes.
you can talk all things horse racing and betting. What are some tips and tricks that you have for people that are placing bets for the first time?
So placing bets for the first time, $30, $10 on win, $10 on place, $10 on show, or you can do bet to win and then do what's called an exacta box. So essentially you're betting first and second, but they can be flip-flopped around.
Okay, and what are some, you said about $30 for the first bet?
Well, sure, why not?
Okay.
Yeah, get $30, split that up.
Safe,
safe, but enough to be invested into it. So I think $30. I'm a big 3 girl, so $30 is the way to go for me.
As far as the horses that you're watching, I mean, who are some of the biggest contenders? Who should people really be looking out for?
All eyes are going to be on Mage.
Of course.
So there's Mage, but I do have First Mission on top. However, we have a local horse. He won the Win and You're In here in Maryland for Preakness. His name is Perform. He had a lot of traffic that he had to deal with last time out, a lot of adversity that he had to overcome that's really going to make him prepped up here for Saturday.
Absolutely, and I think Mage is actually in this stable behind us here, right?
Yes.
You were saying that the Kentucky Derby winner is always in the same...
Historically, Kentucky Derby winners are going to be in that same barn, in that same stall, if not vicinity, that Mage is in right now.
Okay, and also I'm just curious what the experience is like and how do jockeys kind of prepare for it, right? Because obviously today is Black-Eyed Susan race, but for example, Mage still has kind of one more day of preparation. So run us through what that's going to look like.
So he'll go out to the track this morning and train a little bit just to kind of get his last stretching the legs out. But as far as a jockey's standpoint, a jock has to do, it's a lot of work it's a lot of research. It's research, but Javier Castellano, he knows Mage. So he knows exactly. It's all about, think of like setting up a chess game.
Okay.
So you have to, like F1, think of F1 and chess combined. And that's how you prepare mentally, analytically for a horse race as a jockey.
Yeah, it's fascinating. The jockey and the horse really kind of have to be one and in sync. So it's fascinating to watch. But thank you so much for being with us.
Absolutely.
And we're so excited for today. I'll send it back to you guys.
I wrote those down for the trifecta box. I got that ready to go. Well, with the Preakness Stakes rolling back around, it is a big weekend for Baltimore businesses.
It's not just the race, though, that's attracting people from all over our country. Bruno Mars is headlining this year's concerts right on Pimlico's infield.
Back for a second time, economists saying the Preakness could bring in about $50 million for the greater Baltimore region and the state this year.
A lot of interest this year. Again, there's this focus among many people that they want to have more experiences. This is the second jewel of the Triple Crown, and we have the Kentucky Derby winner racing in this race, so that adds to the intrigue. And so I think you are going to see a lot of people there.
Well, make sure that you send us a picture or a video from Pimlico or your at-home Preakness celebrations. You can go to foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or very easy, just scan that QR code there on your screen.
5:04 now to a city in crisis as Baltimore City residents want to see change as the city passes 100 homicides.
Taylor Stewart joining us now with the demands from people to stop the historically violent trend. Taylor.
That's right. We spoke with one woman who says her reality doesn't really match the crime statistics that we've seen in the Northern District. At this point, crime is down in the area, at least 50%, or 30% rather, in terms of homicides. But take a listen to why she says her concerns are not being met.
I'm supposed to have exercises. I got a bad heart. And to come out here and walk, it's scary.
We need to certainly applaud the fact that at this very moment, we are doing better than we were last year. Before we start patting ourselves on the back, I think we need to also remember that historically, we have been at these numbers before and ended up with over 300 homicides at the end of the year.
Right now, year over year, crime is down, particularly when it comes to homicides overall in the city. That does not go for juveniles, though. We'll continue to follow the ongoing crime crisis as people say they still don't feel safe in the city. We're live in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. And we want to hear from you. Do you think there should be a special session to tackle the juvenile crime crisis? Right now, 58% of those who have responded say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com to weigh in.
A national nonprofit is pressurizing mid-sized cities to address the increasing crime. It's called Our America, and the campaign is titled the Public Safety Equals Opportunity Initiative. With the campaign, the group will ask elected officials to take legislative steps to lower crime rates.
San Francisco, D.C., as well as New York City, they take up all the air from the conversation of a crime. We need to start talking about Tucson, Albuquerque, Memphis, Tennessee, all of these smaller cities that are equally important and are experiencing the same type of crime that's happening in some of the quote-unquote major cities in the U.S.
Our America initiative was started by Gary Johnson, a Republican who's the former governor of New Mexico.
From our live center now, we are watching for the latest developments in both Japan and at the G7 summit and also Ukraine. This morning, we just learned, as you take a look here, that President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine will appear in person. G7 leaders unveiling a new round of sanctions against Moscow with a renewed focus to enforce existing sanctions and hold people accountable for enforcing them. Russia is now the most sanctioned country in the world. U.S. officials say they plan to blacklist as many as 70 companies for selling restricted U.S. products to Russia, as well as cut off 300 individuals, entities, vessels, and aircrafts from the U.S. financial system. The other G7 nations are expected to announce similar sanctions over the weekend. Well, this comes as White House officials announce an accounting error was made in military support to Ukraine. The Pentagon says they overestimated at least $3 billion, meaning they spent $3 billion less than they originally thought. Right now, Defense Department officials are still working to find out exactly how much was spent. According to the Pentagon, the U.S. has in total committed more than $30.4 billion in security assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of the Biden administration. That's the latest from our live center.
Still ahead this morning, the EPA coming down hard on Baltimore City leadership for their handling of the E. coli contamination last fall. The order issued and how long the city has to respond.
Plus, Baltimore County has a new superintendent of public schools, what she is promising as she takes her new role.
And an updated look at our drought monitor shows Baltimore's back in the dry category. That's because we haven't seen a ton of rain lately. We're not going to see a lot this weekend, but there is a chance for some showers tomorrow. I've got an updated look at the timeline of that in just about 10 minutes. It's 5:08. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. 5:11 on this Friday morning. We are looking at a pretty day ahead of us before we get into the weekend. More clouds than sun today, but temperatures should still be pretty comfy. Little cool out there this morning. I'd grab a light jacket as you step out the door. Upper 50s to start, but then we end the day in the low 70s. Now, unfortunately, tomorrow doesn't look quite this nice, and that's because we're tracking a new weather maker. I've got an updated look at exactly when we'll see some showers from that system in 10 minutes. Tom, Megan.
Thank you, Amy. Turning now to counties under pressure. In Harford County, the Aberdeen Police Department needs your help identifying the thief who's stealing catalytic converters right from the vehicles.
The department releasing this flyer with a photo of the vehicle there. Kind of hard to see. It's believed to be driven by the thief there as it flies by. Police are asking anyone with information on the vehicle or the robberies to contact them at 410-272-2121, and you can remain anonymous.
Still ahead this morning, Baltimore County seeing a massive spike in car thefts, how the police department is taking proactive measures.
Plus criticism surrounding the city's handling of the E. coli contamination last fall, while one former city leader says poor management is to blame. It's 5:12 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. .15 and happening today. Baltimore City is hosting a hiring event. 17 different agencies will be participating. Several of the agencies will be conducting interviews on site and giving employment offers. The event will take place at the War Memorial Building from 10 to 3. Officials say all candidates must complete an application before attending. You can find more information on the event and the agencies participating on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
In Annapolis, the mayor's office NAM program will be hosting a community health fair. The event is meant to shine light on Mental Health Awareness Month. There will be resources for mental and behavioral health, substance use disorder, along with free food, music, games, activities, and a whole lot more. It will take place at the Chambers Park in Parole. That's from 5 to 7:30 tonight and is free to the public.
Well, the Baltimore Ravens will be hosting a family movie night at M&T Bank Stadium tonight. Those attending will watch DC League of Super Pets and will be able to bring their own super dogs. The movie starts at 7 o'clock. Tickets for the event cost $10 on the Baltimore Ravens website. Aside from the movie, there will also be self-guided locker room tours, face painting, inflatable bounce houses, and interactive games. A lot going on there. Ravens cheerleaders, Poe, and the marching band will also be there as well. Parking for the event, by the way, free, beginning at 4.
The Ravens will be hosting an organization-wide volunteer day to build a new playground and provide upgrades at the Morrill Park Elementary, Middle School, and Recreation Center. Now, the project marks a $200,000 community investment completely funded by the Ravens Foundation Incorporated. Ravens players, along with team staff members, will be in attendance.
Looking ahead this morning, the Ravens will host 2 preseason practices with the Washington Commanders heading into their preseason matchup.
Now, according to the team's website, the teams will hold the joint practices Tuesday, August 15th and Wednesday, August 16th at the Under Armour Performance Center right in Owings Mills. Following Monday, August 21st, the teams will face off in the second week of preseason games at FedEx Field in Landover. This is the 4th time the Ravens are hosting joint practices. They have also hosted the Jacksonville Jaguars, Los Angeles Rams, and San Francisco 49ers.
All right, 5:17 on a Friday. Time to get a check of our forecast.
Everyone's wearing yellow and black, and it's because of what's going on today down at the Preakness, and we've got Black Eyed Susan Day.
Yeah,
Amy
Black Eyed
Aronson.
Susan Day. Yeah, and talking about Preakness tomorrow, we actually pulled some stats this week to look back at some of the Preakness extremes. So the hottest Preakness was all the way back in 1962, a very toasty 98 degrees that year. I know. Can you imagine? The coolest is actually the lowest high temperature, a cool 52 degrees. That was in 2003. And then in 1947, the coldest, that's because of the low temperature of 39 degrees. The wettest was in 1885, just over an inch of rain that year. I can't imagine the muddy mess that caused. On average, we have a high of about 74 degrees and an average low of 54 degrees. So this year's actually going to be pretty typical compared to all the extremes. Dark and early this morning, Towson looking pretty empty and pretty quiet. We're off to a comfy start, not quite as cool as it has been in recent mornings. We've got the 50s to begin, low, mid, and upper 50s right now across the board. We are watching 2 weather makers, though, both heading our way. Weather maker number 1 is a cold front to our west. That's going to travel our way and arrive here tomorrow. Weather maker number 2 is to our south. That's going to bring some rain to the southeast today, barrel up our coast, and eventually throw some extra clouds our direction today. So we will feel impacts from both systems. Today, we first watched that area of low pressure passing by. No rain from that system, but it will throw us the extra clouds today and again tomorrow morning. And then here comes the cold front, also sending us some clouds and eventually some showers. Most of the day is dry tomorrow. We get this skinny line of showers rushing through between 4 and 7 o'clock leading up to post time. Looks like it should clear out pretty quickly after that, so we are going to have to watch that closely for the races tomorrow evening, but no severe weather expected, at least if you are headed out to Pimlico tomorrow. I just have a rain jacket just in case. Maybe you're not heading to Preakness this weekend and you're doing some yard work instead. Now that we're beyond Mother's Day, now's the time to knock out your gardening. I just cleaned up my garden yesterday, so I'm ready to do some planting this weekend. We've got low 70s ahead of us today. A few showers tomorrow afternoon, but it looks like Sunday, better day to do some yard work with highs in the upper 70s. And after a rain chance on Saturday, no real rain chances in the week ahead. We're actually warming up briefly to near 80 degrees on Monday, and then the mid 70s will follow for the rest of the week. Tom, Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. Out on the roads, we have your Len Stoller Traffic Network here, and look at that. We are in the green everywhere on this traffic map. Perfect time to get up and head out this morning. Let's get a check now on mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA joining us. Good morning, Mark. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, Megan. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 505 in Camden 841, operating with 5-minute delays for the start. The other trains and lines of MARC look good for travel. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, nothing in your way there. On-time service is what you'll find. And Metro Subway Link on schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel this morning. Of course, the running of the Preakness is tomorrow, and MDOT/MTA has your best ride to Pimlico. MTA service information is available at mta.maryland.gov. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. Still ahead on the early edition, some good news for crab lovers. The new report shining a light on the population within the Chesapeake Bay.
Get ready because today is the Black Eyed Susan race. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll take you live to Pimlico where preparations are underway and the horses are just starting to wake up. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
.524 and turning now to counties under pressure. Staggering spike in juvenile car thefts send Baltimore County detectives in overdrive. Fox 45 is getting an inside look.
Fox 45 News' Jeff Abel joining detectives on patrol and takes us inside the war to put the brakes on car thieves.
Well, a huge spike in car thefts in Baltimore County has revealed one alarming statistic, that many of those who steal cars aren't even old enough to drive them.
For Detective Justin Warnick, it's a crisis that only a trained eye can see.
Most of the time it's coming down to my eyes, looking at a car, saying something's not right.
Warnick has spent a decade with the Regional Auto Theft Task Force, a team of officers who spend their time searching for stolen vehicles.
Or maybe it has a donut on the car, or maybe the seatbelts are buckled behind the driver.
But what he's found lately is a crisis unlike any he's ever seen. In Baltimore County, the number of juveniles arrested for stealing cars has soared. 543% this year, compared to the first 5 months of last year. And wherever there's a stolen car, often, he says, there's a stolen gun.
Basically used as a murder car. They're just used basically for the sole purpose of going out and committing murders.
The problem, according to Warnick, lies not only with absentee parents, but with the juvenile justice system, a system which he believes is allowing juvenile delinquents to become career criminals.
It's a revolving door for the juveniles. And unfortunately, as soon as we're done our paperwork and the parents come to pick up these kids, they're usually back out on the street and they're committing crime either the very same night or the next day.
Despite repeated warnings, Warnick says owners are helping thieves by leaving their parked vehicles unlocked and the keys within reach. Few of them ever anticipating that their car could soon become the next getaway car.
Detectives say one way to ensure your car never gets stolen is to own one of these, an anti-theft device. Even though thieves may manage to start your car, they won't be able to steer it. Jeff Abel, Fox 45 News.
Korean car makers Kia and Hyundai have agreed to a $200 million settlement over claims that their vehicles are too easy to steal. Class action settlement could benefit as many as 9 million vehicle owners whose vehicles have been stolen.
Meanwhile, a group of conservative state delegates are criticizing Baltimore City Mayor Brandon Scott's decision to join a lawsuit against Kia and Hyundai over claims that their vehicles are too easy to steal. The lawmakers sent a letter yesterday saying city leaders aren't doing enough to stop the recent spike in car thefts. In that letter, the lawmakers call for the mayor, Baltimore police, and local prosecutors to increase clearance rates in stolen car cases and hand down severe punishments to those who are stealing cars rather than put the blame on manufacturers.
Still ahead on the early edition, it is Black-Eyed Susan Day, and our Weather Authority team is letting you know your Preakness weekend forecast.
And the EPA citing Baltimore City once again. We'll tell you about the water concerns in our next half hour.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
We want to take you live to Pimlico if possible this morning because we've got a big weekend here. We've got Black-Eyed Susan Day today. We've got Preakness tomorrow, all morning live long. We are giving you live looks of the preparations that are underway. We're going to be checking back in with Olivia Dance in just a moment. Who do you see, Tom?
Well, we saw Mage come out of that first, the actual first door there on your right.
This is bath time right now.
Yeah, it is. So they're already out and about. That was about an hour ago when Mage was walking around out there. So it's a big weekend here in Baltimore.
They do the bath, and they do breakfast, morning workout, and then just, you know, the picture, the photo op opportunity then. Thanks for waking up with us on this Friday, May 19th, Black-Eyed Susan Day, of course. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. We want to get right over to our meteorologist, Amy Aronson. She's looking at the forecast, and we're talking about rain, not today.
Not today.
But really during the big race, maybe, or maybe not.
Yeah, right around post time, unfortunately. So timing far from ideal for the shower showers tomorrow, but today all the races are in the clear. It's going to be a nice day out there. Not too hot, not too cold, not too sunny. It's going to be just perfect. Mostly cloudy this morning, low to mid 50s to start, so we're already off to a refreshing start. As we head through the rest of the day, more clouds than sun. We do end up in the low 70s today. Coming up in 10 minutes, I'll let you know exactly when we are going to see the showers tomorrow and what that means for the rest of your weekend. Tom, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you. You know what that sound means? It's Black-Eyed Susan Day. We're getting in the mood for the Preakness Stakes tomorrow, though.
Olivia Dance is at Pimlico this morning, and she's joining us live with all the preparations that have already been underway so far this morning and how crew are keeping their horses safe. Olivia.
Yeah, good morning, Megan and Tom. We're still here at the stables, and the horses, for the most part, are awake now. They have already gone on their morning walks. We've seen Kentucky Derby winner Mage walk by a few times, so that's been pretty cool. But, of course, top of mind is always the health and safety of the horses. So I want to bring in Dr. Benson, the Chief Veterinary Officer here. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so tell us a little about what goes into the overall care for these horses.
Yeah, so, for example, you said the horses are just getting up. They'll get breakfast right away, then they'll stretch their legs a little. They'll be brushed and groomed and cleaned, and then they'll get their saddles on and go out and stretch their legs even more on the track, usually, jog or gallop a couple of miles. And then they walk back here, cool out, and get a bath, and then they keep going with their day.
So they have a full day, and I know they just kind of finished eating breakfast, and they're starting to do those stretches now. So what do these horses eat, and how much exercise do they typically require?
So these horses eat pounds and pounds and pounds of grain, and then they eat. They always have hay or alfalfa hay in front of them, so they're eating 24/7.
And for you, I mean, obviously this is your profession, you're the pro here. So what type of care do these horses typically require? What type of things do you usually look out for?
So, I mean, these horses have 3 different sets of vets looking out for them this weekend. They have their own, private veterinarians.
Their own team, yeah.
Yeah, and we have vets from the commission and the track vets. But, I mean, really, it's just like a professional athlete. They have someone who make sure that everything is looked at, every bump, every nick, anything is taken care of immediately, and that they can perform at their best, their absolute best.
Yeah, it's fascinating to see, and the attention that is taken to make sure that they're safe and healthy, and obviously it's very fascinating. So there's a horse walking by right now, so this is part of that stretching in the morning routine that you were talking
absolutely.
about.
Just like us, they shouldn't go out and run before they warm up.
Exactly.
So that's exactly what they're doing right now.
No, well, thank you so much, Dr. Benson. It's fascinating to learn about that. So thank you for being here with us. But I will send it back to you, Megan and Tom.
All right, Olivia, thank you. With the Preakness Stakes rolling back around, it is a big weekend for Baltimore businesses.
Yeah, it's not just the race that's attracting people from all over our country. We know Bruno Mars is also bringing in a lot of people as he's headlining this year's concerts right at Pimlico's infield.
And economists say Preakness could bring in, get this, about $50 million for the greater Baltimore region and the state this year.
A lot of interest this year. Again, there's this focus among many people that they want to have more experiences. This is the second jewel of the Triple Crown, and we have the Kentucky Derby winner racing in this race, so that adds to the intrigue. And so I think you are going to see a lot of people there.
Well, if you celebrate the Preakness Stakes this year, make sure to send us a picture or a video from Pimlico or at your at-home Preakness celebrations. Just head to foxbaltimore.com/chime in or scan that QR code right there on your screen.
Well, now to a city in crisis, and the EPA is condemning Baltimore's handling of the E. coli contamination and other crises, saying that the city didn't comply with the Safe Water Drinking Act.
We have Taylor Stewart joining us live from the EPA there. Taylor.
That's right. So the EPA is saying the city of Baltimore is in violation of federal code, the Safe Water Drinking Act. And this goes to 2 major reservoirs that are serving parts of Baltimore. Now, Lake Ashburn and Druid Hill Park, they've got ongoing construction projects that have been delayed several times. And now, according to the EPA, the city is in violation of federal law. The EPA's latest order mandates the city to complete both those projects by the end of 2023. And it also requires the city to contract with a lab to test for various parasites and contaminants until the water tank projects are complete.
Well, I think there's poor management on all levels. There are people who exploited the requirements by EPA to do a lot of other things. And that may be one of the reasons why this thing is taking so long.
The timeline for this project originally was back in 2022. Obviously, it is not done yet, but this is not the only issue the city is facing when it comes to water. You recall 8 months ago, there was an E. coli outbreak outside of a fire station that resulted in thousands of residents unable to drink their water and a delay in notification. And then last Labor Day weekend, the city was distributing water because it was deemed unsafe for days. Now, meanwhile, the city has been ordered to notify the public of this most recent violation in the coming days here. We'll keep you updated. That's the latest in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
5:36 now, and from the Live Center, Massachusetts Air National Guard member accused of leaking classified documents due back in court to face a judge this afternoon. We're talking about 21-year-old Jack Teixeira, who is charged with sharing secret military information on the war in Ukraine and other top national security issues. Today's hearing will determine if he remains in custody while awaiting trial or is allowed to stay at his father's home in Massachusetts. The newly filed court documents, we're learning this morning that Teixeira's superiors caught him taking notes on classified information or viewing intelligence unrelated to his job months before he was arrested, and more than once. Now, he was admonished 3 times, last year in September and October, and then again this year in February, just 2 months before the leak blew up and he was arrested in April. The Justice Department and the Air Force are now investigating why Teixeira had access in the first place and why it wasn't revoked when he was caught the first time. Today's court hearing starts at 3:30 in Worcester, Massachusetts. That's the latest from our Live Center.
All right, Tom, thank you. Still ahead this morning, Baltimore City crime rates say the city is heading in the right direction, but some residents are not convinced, why some critics argue there is a major disconnect.
Plus, good news when it comes to the state of the Chesapeake Bay, the new report on the overall crab population.
Plus, a warm day ahead. Our Weather Authority team is tracking our Preakness forecast. It is 5:38 now on Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
5:40 on this Friday, and as we kick off this Preakness weekend with Black-Eyed Susan Day today, weather will cooperate. Mostly cloudy for much of the day and comfortable with highs in the low 70s. A little warmer tomorrow with highs in the mid 70s, but I am tracking a chance for some showers during the late afternoon and early evening hours. So timing far from ideal there. It's not a huge rain chance, luckily. I'll break down the timeline of it and show you how much rain we're expecting in 10 minutes. Tom, Megan.
Thank you, Amy. Trending this morning, the Maryland Department of Natural Resources releasing a new survey showing the number of blue crabs in the Chesapeake Bay has actually gone up.
Good news. According to the Blue Crab Winter Dredge Survey, the population has gone from 227 million crabs last year to 323 million crabs this year. Officials say despite the uptick, they are continuing to remain vigilant as numbers of juvenile crabs has been below average for the past 4 years.
There are newer recommendations for screening with breast cancer for younger women. I'm Liz Bonus. Why survivors say there are a few things we all should know about them. It is just ahead.
And still ahead this morning, Preakness preparations underway. We're taking you live to Pimlico all morning long. It is 5:42 now on Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
.45 and in your health headlines this Friday morning, new recommendations for breast cancer screenings have just been released by the U.S. Preventative Service Task Force.
Medical reporter Liz Bonus explaining what radiologists say that we should know about them.
Hey there, hello to you. The task force is now recommending that all women get screened every other year starting at age 40. Prior to this, the recommendation from the screening task force was age 50.
The hope is that these newer guidelines will continue to save even more lives. Jenny Dermody says her breast cancer likely would not have been detected had she not had a regular screening mammogram. Her radiologist reviewed those images right away and found
She told me that they did see a mass and that I would need to have a biopsy. So that was done on November 15th, and I found out the next day that it was invasive lobular carcinoma.
That carcinoma able to be treated with radiation successfully, but Jenny said she'd likely have never known without this early form of detection that something was wrong.
It was just shocking because I have no risk factors other than being female. I have no family history.
Dr. Margaret Mulligan, a radiologist at Ohio's Tri-Health, says these newer guidelines may not be even aggressive enough.
The USPSTF currently is recommending biennial screening, so once every 2 years, but we are recommending annual screening.
Dr. Mulligan says if you have dense breast tissue, you may also need additional testing for early detection along with a mammogram.
Very dense breasts make reading a mammogram more difficult. You can imagine trying to see something through a snowstorm. If it's very snowy, it can be hard to see things. So for that reason, MRI and ultrasound is less limited by breast density. So those are good supplements to the reading mammogram.
Dr. Mulligan says in most cases, yearly mammograms are covered by your medical insurance plans. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
All right, Liz, thank you. 5:47, time to get a check of our forecast.
Yeah, we have meteorologist Amy Aronson, and she's joining us. And yes, it is all about the horse racing and what to wear and whether you need to bring the umbrella. And today, Amy, you've got the perfect dress for Black Eyed Susan Day.
Yeah, if you're looking for something to wear today, break out the yellow. Actually, dresses will be appropriate today because it's going to be comfy out there. Nothing compared to last year. So if we take a look back at the past 5 years at Pimlico, this is for Preakness Day, a hot 95 degrees last year. I seem to block that out of my memory. I don't remember it being that hot, but it was pretty toasty last year. The year before we got up to 80. Remember, during the pandemic, it was pushed to October, so a little cooler that year. Low 80s in 2019, and then in 2018, we were closer to 70 degrees with some showers. Right now, it looks kind of ominous out there. We are starting off overcast this morning. Looking down at the Inner Harbor, low 50s to begin as the sun tries to make its first appearance. We're not going to see a whole lot of it today. Cloudy and mild for your Friday with highs in the low 70s. Tomorrow, we are tracking that chance for a few showers, especially by post time, unfortunately. But at least it's going to be warm, not only tomorrow, but on Sunday, too. We've got a couple of weather makers heading our way. Weather maker number one, this area of low pressure to our south, sitting off the Carolina coast. That's going to barrel up the east coast today and throw us some clouds, but not necessarily any rain. The rain comes from this system to our west. That cold front will be pushing in tomorrow, setting us that chance, at least briefly, for some showers. So this morning, we're just tracking some clouds streaming in from the south, courtesy of that low pressure. We still managed to make a run for the low and mid 70s this afternoon, so a nice Friday ahead of us with no rain chances. Saturday starts off overcast, mid and upper 50s to begin, so a mild start to the day. We see some sun breakthrough during the afternoon for Preakness festivities, but then here comes that rain chance. It's not a huge one. Shows up by 5 o'clock in Baltimore, wraps up around 7, so just in time for that big race at Pimlico tomorrow. We should dry things out shortly after that, and the rest of your Saturday and the rest of your weekend looks much drier. Today, not a ton of sunshine, but still nice and comfortable. Low 70s ahead of us today. Tonight feels great for grilling, too. We dip back into the cooler and refreshing low 60s. A quick look at your Preakness planner shows mostly cloudy skies throughout the day with a couple of showers, too. I'd bring the rain jacket with you just in case you want to go tomorrow. After that, it's all sunshine for the remainder of the weekend with highs in the upper 70s. We're warm still on Monday, and then we're back in the mid 70s starting on Tuesday. Tom, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you. It has been a beautiful last few days. Many of you have been getting outside to enjoy the weather. Gannon sent us this adorable picture of Sammy just hanging out, enjoying the sun. Very picturesque. Way to go. Well, whether you are hanging outside with your pup, maybe you're taking a walk through the park, heading out to Camden Yards for nose game, maybe Pimlico, we'd love to see how you're enjoying spring. Scan the QR code right there on your screen. That will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and your videos, and it's all powered by Stackla.
Well, 5:50 is the time. We want to give you a live look from our traffic photojournalist, Graham. He is actually on the inner loop in the Parkville area, and you can see just the sun a little bit off to the left there, starting to show a little bit more here this morning, and a great start. No issues to report. Now we want to go to your mass transit. We have Mark Jones in the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got 10 train 511 and 10 train 407 operating with 5-minute delays, and Brunswick train 870 operating with a 5 to 10-minute delay. Light rail link for the start is on time in both directions. No delays or issues. Metro Subway link on time in both directions of that service. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by First.
All right, get ready. Now is your chance to take in the second leg of the Triple Crown for free. The Preakness is happening tomorrow, and you can win 4 tickets to the race. Grab your hat, grab the Fascinator, call the number right now at 410-469-8308. The 10th caller will win. Good luck.
I'm Christine Frizzell on Capitol Hill, where 3 former FBI employees say they were punished simply for speaking out.
Making headlines this morning, new video is being released in New Mexico following Monday's mass shooting that left 3 elderly women dead and 6 others injured.
We want to warn you, some of you may find this footage graphic and disturbing. This doorbell camera footage shows the neighborhood where high school student Bo Wilson started just firing. You can see a white van with a door opening up, and it drives away from the shooting in the left top corner. We'll see if you can see that here in just a little bit. It drove into the line of fire, and you can see actually people trying to turn around. 18-year-old shooter can be heard yelling to police, "Come kill me." Officer body camera footage actually shows them rushing towards that 18-year-old, eventually shooting and killing him.
He's making a stand, and he has opportunities to run off. He does not use those opportunities. So yes, it's my belief that ultimately in his head, he has made a decision that he's going to stand and fight it out until he's killed.
2 officers were among the wounded. All the injured victims have been treated and released from the hospital. Police say they will release additional footage next week after the involved officers give their statements. The man accused of shooting and killing 5 of his neighbors in Texas appears before a judge. Francisco Oropeza has been charged with 5 counts of first-degree murder, but has not been officially indicted yet or entered a plea in connection to the murders in San Jacinto County. His defense attorneys say that they are awaiting for more discovery evidence and call Oropeza a well-liked member of the community.
We're learning a lot more every day about that evening, and the initial story about asking him not to shoot his gun in the backyard because a baby was sleeping is probably not going to prove to be accurate, an accurate version of the events.
Oropeza was captured after a massive manhunt following the murders.
Taking you live to Capitol Hill this Friday morning, where Republicans are working to paint a picture of a federal law enforcement agency becoming politicized and weaponized.
House Republicans brought in former FBI agents who they call whistleblowers to tell their stories of political bias and retaliation. As Christine Frizzell reports, Democrats are making the case that the hearing itself was politically motivated.
On Capitol Hill, Republicans working to paint a picture of a modern-day society saturated in spying.
If you are a parent and you attend a school board meeting, there could be an FBI agent in the parking lot scribbling down your license plate number.
GOP lawmakers on the new subcommittee, which focuses on the weaponization of the federal government, focused squarely on the FBI, a mission Democrats say was handed down by former President Donald Trump.
My colleagues on the far right are on a mission to attack, discredit, and ultimately dismantle the FBI.
Witnesses, called whistleblowers by Republicans, say the FBI retaliated against them for speaking out about political bias and mishandled cases.
The FBI denied my request to seek outside employment.
Operations specialist Marcus Allen said he was accused of holding conspiratorial views simply for questioning what the FBI was initially told about the January 6th attack at the U.S. Capitol.
The FBI suspended my security clearance, accusing me of actually being disloyal.
Democrats insist the witnesses are not whistleblowers, but disgruntled employees with their own political motivations.
Since being rightly suspended, you've led Republican calls to defund law enforcement, recently describing the FBI as a feckless garbage institution.
But Republicans say they've spoken to more than 24 whistleblowers who provided multiple examples of what they call weaponization, including orders to prioritize January 6th investigations over child sex crime cases, plans to infiltrate and develop sources inside Catholic churches and school board meetings, and which retaliated against employees who spoke out.
They suspended you, they took your pay, they don't let you get health insurance, they made life miserable for you to send a message.
This hearing comes the same week special counsel John Durham wrapped up his investigation, concluding the FBI can be politically motivated, and launched that probe looking into connections between the Trump campaign and Russia based on, quote, no predicate and no probable cause. In Washington, I'm Christine Frizzell.
We spoke to a longtime resident who says the fabric of the city has changed, and while crime is down, she still doesn't feel safe. We'll tell you about her crime concerns as the city continues to grapple with juvenile crime.
Get ready, because today is the Black-Eyed Susan race. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll take you live to Pimlico, where preparations are underway.
And we're off to a comfy start this morning. Light jackets certainly warranted, like Olivia had on there. We're starting off in the 50s. I'll let you know what to expect for the rest of Black-Eyed Susan Day in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Coming up on 6 o'clock on this Friday morning, May 19th, I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. Let's bring in meteorologist Amy Aronson. Big weekend to be forecasting.
Yeah, exactly. This weekend every year is a tricky one. I feel like rain storms always involved. This year, no exception to that. But today, we're in good shape. You don't need to worry about the weather today. It's going to cooperate. Little comfortable, little cool out there this morning, but comfortable. Low to mid 50s to start. As we head through the rest of the day, it only gets better. Now, we are looking at more clouds than sun today. Overcast if you want to squeeze in a jog or run before Preakness festivities get underway. It's comfy. We've got mid 50s to start. We end up close to 60 by the end of the morning. Now, coming up in 10 minutes, we'll look ahead at the rest of the weekend, and I'll show you exactly when I am tracking the chance for showers this year. Tom, Megan.
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look now at your Len Stoller traffic network and looking around the Baltimore region here at your drive times. Everyone's in the green. No issues to report on any of the major roads around Baltimore. Well, we want to say happy Preakness weekend because today we had the Black Eyed Susan, then we have the Preakness States happening tomorrow.
It's exciting. For a preview of all things Preakness, Olivia Dance is live at Pimlico this morning, live, looking the part. Olivia, how are the jockeys preparing for this?
Well, good morning, Megan and Tom. So, yeah, right now we're actually by the stables, and this is Kentucky Derby winner Mage right behind me here getting his morning bath. He just finished up his morning stretches and walks, so we are up close and personal with a Kentucky Derby winner. Very, very cool. But right now I want to bring in Mike Rogers from the Maryland Jockey Club. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, we have a front row view to this right now. Pretty cool stuff.
Yeah, he's like, how can you get this close to an athlete like that usually?
It's incredible. But I do want to talk to you just about what makes, obviously today's the Black Eyed Susan race, tomorrow's Preakness. So what makes these races so iconic?
Well, I think it's in the culture here in Maryland.
Yeah.
You know, we do have other racetracks around the country, but I know being here in Maryland, this race is in the culture here, and not only nationally as well. So we're having the best horses come here. That Triple Crown chase is always an exciting day as well. So I think, the whole, the history behind it and the culture, and I think it's an exciting event.
Yeah, I mean, you touched on a little bit, but what does this mean for the state of Maryland, for Baltimore? I mean, what is the benefit of this?
Well, I mean, the economic benefit is huge, right? I mean, we're going to have quite a few people here this day, and, all the people that are flying in for this event, of course, we're on NBC national coverage as well. So, I mean, it's going to be an exciting event. I mean,
so many festivities, too, just beyond the horse racing. A lot going on. It's just such a cool and fun weekend. I have to ask, though, who is your pick? Which horse is your pick for the race?
Well,
for Preakness or Black Eyed Susan?
Well, I have to say I'm cheering for the local favorite.
Okay.
Coffee with Chris. He's bred in Maryland. He's a local Maryland trainer, so I'm kind of cheering for him a little bit. I know he's got a tough road ahead of him with Mage, but it would be kind of fun. If it's not Coffee with Chris, I guess Mage would be my second choice.
Okay, very, very good. Yeah, you have to always go with the local, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for being here bright and early with us, Mike, and obviously a very cool experience here being so close to Mage. But thank you, Megan and Tom, we'll send it back to you.
On the morning show, we'll always take coffee. So Coffee and Chris is great. If you're celebrating the Preakness Stakes this year, make sure to send us a picture or a video from Pimlico or your at-home Preakness celebrations. Head to foxbaltimore.com/chime in or scan that QR code that you see right there on your screen.
6:03 and now to a city in crisis. Baltimore City residents want to see change as the city passes 100 homicides.
Taylor Stewart joining us now with the demands from people to stop the historically violent trend. Taylor.
Well, look, we spoke to a resident who's lived in Baltimore for over 40 years, and she says it's clear crime stats are down, but that doesn't necessarily mirror her own reality with how safe she feels living in her own neighborhood. This year, according to the Neighborhood Safety and Accountability Dashboard, crime is down in the Southwestern District. They had 10 homicides so far this year, down from 15 the same time last year. That's a drop of about 33%. 26 shootings so far this year in that area, down from 32 this time last year. That's a 19% drop. Well, we spoke to longtime Baltimore resident Helen Howard, who says she's still fearful doing basic things like just taking a walk.
I'm supposed to have exercises. I got a bad heart. And to come out here and walk, it's scary.
We need to certainly applaud the fact that at this very moment, we are doing better than we were last year. Before we start patting ourselves on the back, I think we need to also remember that historically, we have been at these numbers before and ended up with over 300 homicides at the end of the year.
Now, city leaders continue to tout the city's crime reduction efforts and the numbers that back that up in part. Overall, shootings and homicides are down year over year. That is, except when it comes to juveniles. We'll continue to follow the city's crime crisis as it develops here. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. We want to hear from you. Do you think there should be a special session to tackle the juvenile crime crisis? 58% of voters say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com to weigh in.
A national nonprofit is pressuring mid-sized cities to address increasing crime. It's called Our America, and the campaign title is the Public Safety Equals Opportunity Initiative. Now, with the campaign, the group will ask elected officials to take legislative steps to lower crime rates.
San Francisco, D.C., as well as New York City, they take up all the air from the conversation of a crime. We need to start talking about Tucson, Albuquerque, Memphis, Tennessee, all of these smaller cities that are equally important and are experiencing the same type of crime that's happening in some of the quote-unquote major cities in the U.S.
Our America Initiative was started by Gary Johnson, a Republican who's the former governor of New Mexico.
Another blow to the city's water infrastructure system. Topping our next half hour, the order mandates the EPA says the city violated.
The war in Ukraine casting a shadow over this year's G7 summit. New sanctions on the way this morning.
And we are back under dry conditions on our drought monitor here in Baltimore. Not tracking much rain this weekend, just a tiny bit. I'll explain when that happens in just a couple of minutes. It's 6:05. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.609, and we're taking you live to Pimlico on this Black-Eyed Susan Day. You see the horses in their stalls behind us here. Now, we have live scene coverage. We'll have that all morning long from the track and the stands as preparations for Preakness are underway.
And for your forecast today, if you're headed out to Pimlico or maybe just doing some stuff at home, weather looks fantastic. We are starting off overcast this morning, cool upper 50s to begin. We end up in the low 70s today with more clouds than sun. Now, tomorrow will be a little warmer, but it also comes with a shower chance. I've got an updated look at exactly when you can plan on a little bit of rain tomorrow in just about 10 minutes.
Great. Amy, thank you. From our live center now this morning, we are watching for the latest developments in both Japan at the G7 summit and also Ukraine, because this morning we have just learned that President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine will be appearing in person. G7 leaders unveiling a new round of sanctions against Moscow with a renewed focus to enforce existing sanctions and hold people accountable for enforcing them. Russia is now the most sanctioned country in the world. U.S. officials say they plan to blacklist as many as 70 companies for selling restricted U.S. products to Russia, as well as cut off 300 individuals, entities, vessels, and aircrafts from the U.S. financial system. The other G7 nations are expected to announce similar sanctions over the weekend. Now, this comes as we take you live to the White House this morning, where the officials there have announced an accounting error was made in military support to Ukraine. The Pentagon says they overestimated at least $3 billion, meaning they spent $3 billion less than they originally thought. Right now, Defense Department officials are still working to find out exactly how much was spent. According to the Pentagon, the U.S. has in total committed more than $30.4 billion in security assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of the Biden administration. That is the very latest from our live center.
Massachusetts Air National Guard member accused of leaking classified documents is back in court. Coming up after the break, what today's hearing will determine. A years-long investigation into Donald Trump's campaign, multiple years into that campaign, and possible connections with Russia comes to a close. Instead of getting real answers, we're seeing more questions. The issues lawmakers are now bringing up about federal departments. 6:11 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .614, Special Counsel John Durham's report on Trump-Russia investigation has sparked major concerns surrounding political parties weaponizing the FBI and other government branches. Joining us this morning with the ongoing battle on double standards on Capitol Hill, D.C. insider, political commentator Armstrong Williams. Good morning, Armstrong.
Good morning, Tom.
Jim Jordan has been the center of this. The findings are already being used as the latest catalyst for House GOP skeptics who want to overhaul Section 702, as well as enact the broader reforms to the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act, and then related powerful court that operates mostly in secret. Do you agree? Do you think that Section 702 is done, or do you think they will reauthorize it?
Tom, we'll find out sooner or later whether it's just playing to the public. But I want you to think about this, because I think this is important. Imagine the time we as broadcasters and on-air talent spent on Trump being in bed with Russia, Trump being bought and paid for by Russia. And just think about the fact that Bob Woodward said early on to the Washington Post, this is a hoax. There's no truth to this. Imagine the FBI using this with uncorroborated witnesses, nothing to back up anything that they were saying about Trump. And remember, this is the president of the United States. Imagine the money, the resources that we spent on this story, yet to find out that Hillary Clinton's operation from the Steele dossier, they knew it was a lie because they decided Donald Trump was not best for this country. So they were going to do the will of the people. It doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter what Jim Jordan is doing. What should matter is, where is the accountability? Who's going to pay the price for this criminal lie? It set America back. I mean, we were consumed by it. Imagine what this president could have accomplished had he not had all this distract. I mean, I got to tell you something. It's one of the worst lies and the worst criminal acts by politicians, by the FBI, and the former First Lady I can ever think about in the history of this country. Someone should go to jail. And I make it plain and clear. Something like this, because, Tom, if they can do it to a president of the United States, many people feel that the FBI and the upper apparatus of intelligence, they plant evidence on people, they misrepresent people, put them in jail for no reason at all, and the FBI should not be weaponized against ordinary citizens or a president of the United States. This is very troubling to all Americans.
Right, and we've been saying that now, what you have just spoken about for a couple years now, that it was a hoax, that it was false, but I don't think a lot of American people believe that because it's already made the headlines for 3 years. They already had it as President Trump is doing this. Now you've got our president currently and his son under investigation, possible ties between the two of them, and it seems like American people are like, oh my goodness, we're going to do this again. The Jim Jordan argument is saying, look, we need to stop this Section 702 so this can happen again, so that political parties cannot use this against their political opponents.
And Tom, most Americans will say to you, that's just common sense. It should have never been used in the beginning. Most people want to believe that our government is honorable, is credible, that our government would not engage in this kind of criminal behavior. We assume that, but what we're learning, that it's not the Chinese or the Russians that we're most threatened by in the world. It is our own United States government. And that should scare people to gibbers. Really. Yeah. It's our government. Frightening.
I'm Sean Williams. We'll leave it right there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sure.
All right, 6:17. Time to get another check of our forecast.
Yeah, we have meteorologist Amy Aronson joining us on this Friday morning, and she's talking about all things Pimlico and sunshine and some rain.
Here we go. She's joining us now with all of those details. You look perfect for the day.
Same to both of you. We're all decked out in our black and yellow. Hopefully everybody else is going to do the same if you're headed out to Pimlico today. Yeah. A fun day for races. The weather looks good today, so don't need to worry about today. Tomorrow actually doesn't look that awful. It's not going to be a washout, but yeah, there will be a chance of showers. Sunrise this morning looks kind of cool, like it has been the past couple of mornings. Looks a little smoky, a little hazy out there. We can see the sun breaking through the clouds over Towson right now. We're starting off comfortable, 50s and 60s to get your day started. Light jacket, all you need this morning. Now, I'm technically tracking two different weather makers. One's to our south, one's to our west. First, the southern system. That's an area of low pressure. That's going to barrel up the east coast. Just send us some clouds. Rain should stay offshore from that system. The system we're watching closely, this cold front off to our west. That's what's going to bring us our shower chance come tomorrow. No, it's not a huge one. It's not a washout. Far from it, actually. You'll notice the clouds get shoved our direction today, but the rain stays offshore. Tomorrow morning starts off a little overcast, but then here comes that shower chance. You'll notice it's brief. It's a skinny line of showers that passes through between 4 and 7 o'clock. So if it moves through fast enough, we'll be dry again by post time at Preakness. And we are dry for the rest of your Saturday night, heading through the remainder of your weekend, too. Sunday actually looks awesome with nothing but sunshine around our area. So maybe you're just doing some yard work, some gardening this weekend. Today looks comfortable for it. Low 70s today. Mid 70s tomorrow with that chance for some late day showers. By Sunday, it's drier, it's sunny, and it's warm. We are back in the upper 70s to wrap up the weekend. So we do have that brief rain chance tomorrow, but beyond that, not much rain showing up here in our 7-day forecast. Actually, a really dry stretch coming up with sunshine on Sunday, highs in the upper 70s. We get close to 80 on Monday. And then after that, we stay mostly dry all the way through Thursday, with temperatures actually right around normal. We'll spend the last couple of days of the week in the mid and upper 70s. Tom, Megan?
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look now at your Len Stoller traffic network. Taking a look at some of the cameras around the area. No issues to report there. We do have a little bit of traffic congestion in the northeast right now when you're traveling southbound right near 272 Northeast Road. There's some road work going on. That's going to slow you down south as you're just coming from Delaware into Maryland area. Other than that, all the roads are wide open from that point to D.C. Here's a live look now from our traffic photojournalist Graham, 695 Nottingham, and he's moving along smoothly, saying no issues to report along there. So that's some good news. Let's keep the good news going. We've got to check on your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. The good news is that Light Rail Link is operating on time in both directions. No delays or issues there. And Metro Subway Link looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. But on the MARC system, you'll find a couple delays in the mix. Penn Train 511 and Camden 845, both running about 5 to 10 minutes late. The other trains of MARC look good for travel, are on time. The running of the Preakness is tomorrow, and MDOT-MTA has your best ride to Pimlico. MTA service information is available at mta.maryland.gov. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by First.
Here we go. Now is your chance to take in the second leg of the Triple Crown for free. The Preakness is happening this Saturday, and you can win 4 tickets to that race. Just call 410-469-8308. The 10th caller right now will win. Keep watching. Today, by the way, is the last day we're giving away tickets on Fox 45 Morning News, but we're on until 10 a.m., so you have a few more chances.
And it's Black Eyed Susan Day at the Preakness early on, but we're going to expect thousands to be out here. We'll be out here all day as we celebrate the big weekend here in Baltimore. Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
The EPA is citing Baltimore for water concerns. We'll tell you about the issues with your water just ahead.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
It is Black-Eyed Susan Day, and the Phillies are off to the racetrack.
Yeah, it's the 98th historic Black-Eyed Susan Stakes. Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark live at Pimlico, and how we can place our bets and what to do. Love the hat, Mark. You look great.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Tom. So we have the expert handicapper here. Naomi's here to help us out. Naomi, I know we have a Kentucky Derby winner with us, but for those of us who've never placed a bet, what should we do? And then give us all the information we need to know.
Right, I'm going to tell you everything.
In 10 seconds. Go.
Oh, okay. Well, first bet. It's an app. You can download it on your phone. That means you can bet from anywhere, from your couch, from whatever party you're watching the Preakness at. Super easy. Download it. Put some money on there. I'd say put $20 on there, right? And then place 2 bets of $10, maybe on horses you like, to win. I'd say perhaps back the Kentucky Derby winner, who's here, Mage, who significantly improved. Yeah, he's here and he's looking great. It's such a strong winner of the Kentucky Derby. Just continues to increase his potential, continues to develop, and it's such a cool horse to watch as well. Awesome. But look, there are a couple of other horses that, of course, are of interest, including a local runner. Now, we love the Maryland Breds and the Maryland Runners. Coffee with Chris, here for John Salzman Jr. We haven't seen a Maryland Bred win the Preakness since 1983, deputed testimony. So how cool would it be to have that local horse jump up and get into the winner's enclosure tomorrow?
Well, look, I like that local angle. I like that a lot.
Cats in the Timber.
Naomi's expert if you see her.
Cats in the Timber is the other one for today's race. I mean, that's local too. I mean, we got a lot of local flair here.
I like the trifecta option, so maybe I'll do a local trifecta and then maybe some of the front runners.
Why don't you put some money down for us now, Mark, and, and then we'll pay you back later.
Okay, all right, okay, I'll do it.
Next time.
Hopefully.
Thank you, Mark.
Well, you just saw Mark is at Pimlico. I'm here too. I'm right by the stable. So coming up next, I'm going to give you behind the scenes look at how the horses get ready for the day.
And today we're going to see some clouds with some sun poking through.
Yeah, coming up, meteorologist Amy Aronson taking a look at your Preakness Stakes forecast for you.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Friday, May 19th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. A great weekend to be around Baltimore because we have all things horse racing.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson, we're crossing our fingers, putting our money on some sunshine.
Yeah, I think we will see a little bit of sunshine. Unfortunately, I think we'll also see some showers. We kind of have it all this weekend, a mixed bag situation here. Today, we're in good shape. Today, not a ton of sunshine, but at least it's dry. Mid and upper 50s this morning. Maybe you want to squeeze in a quick walk with the dog. Maybe you're taking the kids out to the bus stop. Throw a light jacket on or a sweatshirt. Temperatures will be improving. By lunchtime, for example, we're in the upper 60s. Low 70s is where we'll wrap up the day. Now, tomorrow's going to be warmer, but it does come with an increasing chance for a couple of showers. I've got an updated look at exactly when the showers arrive and what they mean for your Preakness plans tomorrow in 10 minutes. Tom, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you. Happy Preakness weekend. Today we have Black-Eyed Susan Day, as we mentioned, and then Preakness Stakes tomorrow.
Yeah, for a preview of all things Preakness, Olivia Dance. She is at Pimlico, and she'll be there all morning long. Olivia, you look great with a fascinator, and you've been hanging out with some celebrities, one getting a bath right behind you right now.
Yeah, hey Tom, thanks so much. And yes, this is National Treasure getting a bath behind us right now. These baths are part of their morning routines. We saw Mage, Kentucky Derby winner Mage, getting his bath just a little bit ago. So really up close and personal watching this all unfold. Pretty cool experience. But I want to bring in Samantha Perry. She's a handicapper here. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, you know all things horse racing. So obviously we have National Treasure behind us here, but there's a total of 8 horses competing in Preakness. So who are you kind of keeping your eyes on?
Well, this guy here is looking very good in the race. He's drawing post position number 1. Sometimes that can be tricky because you're kind of forced to go to the lead a little bit quicker than you want to, but this is a horse that I've been watching all week, and he's been training fantastic.
Okay, and we know Coffee with Chris is a local horse,
yes.
So that's another one people are kind of focusing on here. And then, of course, Mage, the Kentucky Derby winner. Yeah. Betting, of course, is a big part of this. So how can people bet from home?
So there's a lot of options, but the best one, it's with First Bet or Express Bet. They're so good. It's an easy platform. You can download it on the App Store. You can bet right from your couch. It can give you suggestions to bet as well, or you can just pick a name you like.
Very convenient, pretty easy. And obviously we've been seeing this morning the horses' kind of morning routine and how they get prepared for the big race. But can you tell us a little bit about how the jockeys prepare for the big day?
Well, luckily these jockeys have kind of stuck with these horses from the very beginning. For example, the Kentucky Derby winning jockey Javier Castellano, he rode Mage a couple races back, so he kind of already knew what was under the hood. These jockeys and horses, they form a relationship, so it's kind of nice to see how they can grow together, and when they trust each other, big things happen.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's really cool to see, and obviously we're all excited with the Black-Eyed Susan race today and then Preakness tomorrow. So I appreciate you giving us some tips and tricks and a little bit of behind the scenes and being up so early with us.
Yeah, of course. It's great. There's nothing better than watching these guys in the morning.
I know. It's really cool. But thank you so much. And Megan and Tom, back to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And for all of you at home, if you're celebrating the Preakness Stakes this year, we'd love to see how you're celebrating. Make sure to send us a picture or a video from Pimlico or your at-home Preakness celebrations. Head to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, or you can always scan that QR code right there on your screen.
Well, now to a city in crisis, and the EPA condemning Baltimore's leadership for their handling of the E. coli contamination and others crisis, saying that the city didn't comply with the Safe Water Drinking Act.
We have Taylor Stewart joining us live with the ultimatum from the EPA. Taylor.
That's right. Well, the EPA says the city is in violation of the Safe Water Drinking Act. That's a federal code, and it goes back to 2 major reservoirs serving major parts of Baltimore. We're talking about the Lake Ashburn and Druid Hill Park. They've got construction projects that are ongoing and have been delayed several times. Now, the EPA says the city's in violation of federal law, and they now are mandating the city to complete both projects by 2023. They're also requiring the city to work with a contractor to test for various parasites and contaminants in the water until those tanks are buried underground.
I think it's poor management on all levels. There are people who exploited the requirements by EPA to do a lot of other things, and that may be one of the reasons why this thing is taking so long.
Now, delays at this project at Druid Hill and the other site are not the only issues that Baltimore has faced in terms of safe drinking water. Just 8 months ago, the E. coli outbreak here outside of a fire station resulted in thousands of residents not having access to clean drinking water, and the city also bungled that communication, according to the EPA. Water in West Baltimore was also rendered unsafe last Labor Day weekend, forcing the city to distribute water for several days. So meanwhile, the city has now got to notify residents about this new violation. We'll let you know when that happens. But for now, we're live in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. 6:35 from the Live Center. Massachusetts Air National Guard member accused of leaking classified documents due back in court to face a judge this afternoon. His 21-year-old Jack Teixeira, and he is charged with sharing secret military information on the war in Ukraine and other top national security issues. In fact, today's hearing will determine if he remains in custody while awaiting trial or is allowed to stay at his father's home in Massachusetts. Now, in newly filed court documents that we are learning this morning that Teixeira's superiors caught him taking notes on classified information or viewing intelligence unrelated to his job months before he was arrested. And then more than once, too. He was admonished 3 times, last year in September and October, and then again this year in February. Just 2 months before the leak blew up, he was eventually arrested in April. The Justice Department and the Air Force are now investigating why Teixeira had access in the first place and why it wasn't revoked when he was caught the first time. Today's court hearing starts at 3:30 in Worcester, Massachusetts. That's the latest from our Live Center.
Baltimore City residents calling for change as the city surpasses 100 homicides. In our next half hour, how leaders are addressing the historically violent trend.
Temperatures spring-like today, hitting the 70s. Still to come, meteorologist Amy Aronson taking a look at how the next weather maker may impact your Preakness forecast. 6:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Take a look and listen to the sight and sounds of strong storms moving through parts of North Palm Beach County Thursday. And at least one waterspout was produced Wednesday from unsettled skies around Mobile Bay. Waterspouts are formed over water. Some are produced by thunderstorms, and another type, formed in fair weather, is rarely detected by radar and quickly decays if it spins ashore.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
taking a live look, as you see here beside me. We've got a live look from Pimlico on this Black-Eyed Susan Day. Live team coverage all morning long from the track to the stands as preparations for Preakness get underway.
And here's a look at your Preakness forecast, starting off with what's happening today for Black-Eyed Susan festivities. A nice day, mostly cloudy and comfy with highs in the low 70s. Mid-70s will follow tomorrow, but we do have that brief chance for some afternoon and evening showers. If you're headed out to Pimlico this weekend, we want to see your pics. Send them to us, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in.
Thank you, Amy. The FDA is approving a new drug to help symptoms of those who may be going through menopause. Still to come, how many women this could benefit moving forward.
The odds of getting away with murder, a coin toss. I'm Angela Brown in Washington, D.C. The latest data on unsolved murders and why some cases are going cold.
It is now 6:41, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Well, topping your morning rush, Aberdeen police need your help identifying the thief who was stealing catalytic converters from vehicles. Take a look at this flyer right here. It's a photo of the vehicle they believe be driven by the thief. Anyone with information is asked to contact police.
Today in Baltimore, the city is hosting a hiring event. 17 different agencies will be participating from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. Before attending, you must complete an application.
Baltimore County Public Schools welcomes its new superintendent after approval from the board. By Dr. Miriam Yarborough's 4-year contract, it will begin July 1st. Well, today we are looking ahead to the 148th Preakness Stakes. I was waiting for the bugle.
I know. We're used to hearing that first. And then we see Olivia Dance. She has been live from Pimlico all morning long with what we can expect tomorrow. Olivia, how's it going out there?
Hey, Megan and Tom, it's going pretty good. We're by the stable. So, yeah, we've been here all morning. We actually got here around 4, and the horses were already up. They've been up, and they've been doing their morning routines. It actually looks like they're starting to finish up the routines. But their morning routines consist of course, eating breakfast. They eat a lot of grains, I'm told. And then they get their morning baths. And then they do stretches and walks. So just like us, before we work out, they stretch and they do a little walk. So it's pretty cool. We're really getting a up close and personal behind-the-scenes look here.
Olivia, I'm always amazed at the media. People from all over the country here in Baltimore, just trying to get a glimpse of these horses.
Yeah, it's really fascinating. I mean, there are people with cameras everywhere. And actually, I think I mentioned this about 15 minutes ago, but we saw the Kentucky Derby winner, Mage, literally right here getting his morning bath. And just the media that came over, there were so many people taking photos of him, video, just trying to catch a glimpse. I mean, they're celebrities.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
You just said it's fascinating. What about your fascinator? I see that this is their first time wearing it. Are you able to see anything out of your left side? Is it weird? Is it awkward to do it, or is it very light?
No, I can see it's light. It's trying to fall off. I'm trying to get to stay on my head. But yeah, this is my first time ever wearing a fascinator. I like it. It kind of makes me feel like I'm like in the royal family or something.
It fits you perfectly. The color, all of it. It's perfect. It goes. And I think hopefully it's going to be nice weather, Amy, for today.
I was going to say, you dressed perfectly today, Olivia, with a light jacket. Are you comfortable? Hopefully, because today it's going to be nice out there. But come tomorrow, we're tracking that chance for some showers. So we are overcast this morning. Makes for not a bad black-eyed Susan day. You don't have that bright sun shining in your eyes. We're off to a comfy start, mid-50s to begin, low 70s to end, cloudy and mild today, with a few showers moving in tomorrow. And it's actually looking nice and warm both weekend days, so both tomorrow and Sunday too. Technically, we've got two weather makers on the way. One is well to our south, sitting offshore off the Carolinas. As that heads our way, it's going to shove some clouds up our direction, but no rain from that system. The system we're watching closely is this cold front out here towards the west. That's what's going to bring us the chance for showers come tomorrow. Now, the good news is it's not a big chance. The bad news is the timing of it. So let's talk timing. Today, we don't have to worry about the rain. More clouds than sun, with highs ending up in the low to mid 70s this afternoon. Not a bad way to wrap up the work week. As we get into your Saturday, we're overcast to begin, upper 50s to begin, and then we end up in the 70s. We actually end up in the mid and upper 70s before the rain arrives. We do have a shower chance. It's brief, but I think it warrants bringing a rain jacket if you're heading out to Pimlico tomorrow. Looks like showers will pass through between 5 and 7 o'clock, hopefully scooting out of here just in time for post time around 7. After that, we are dry for the rest of your Saturday night. So for Black-Eyed Susan Day festivities today, we're in good shape. More clouds than sun, with highs in the low 70s today, puts us a few degrees below average. Tonight looks great for grilling plans. Temperatures will start off really comfy, really mild. Then we're tracking increasing clouds, with temperatures cooling off back into the low 60s overnight. Taking a look ahead at what to expect tomorrow for any Preakness activities. Maybe you're just headed out to the Infield Fest, any of the concerts. Temperatures in the low 70s with more clouds than sun. I would plan on a few showers before festivities wrap up and by post time, so be prepared for that, with temperatures in the low 70s by the evening. Sunday looks fantastic. All sunshine behind that weather maker, with highs in the upper 70s. We're close to 80 on Monday. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, dry stretch will continue, with highs in the mid and actually upper 70s by the end of the week. Tom, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network here, we've got a little bit of traffic building up there, but no issues to report here. As we look there, inner and outer loops there, not too bad. All right. Now we want to go ahead and look ahead this morning. The Ravens will be hosting 2 preseason practices with the Washington Commanders heading into their preseason matchup.
According to the team's website, the teams will hold the joint practices Tuesday, August 15th, Wednesday the 16th at the Under Armour Performance Center right in Owings Mills. Following Monday, August 21st, those same 2 teams will be facing off in the second week of preseason games at FedEx Field in Landover. This is the 4th time the Ravens are hosting joint practices. They have also hosted the Jacksonville Jaguars, Los Angeles Rams, and San Francisco 49ers.
The Baltimore Ravens will be hosting a family movie night at M&T Bank Stadium tonight. Those attending will watch DC League of Super Pets and will be able to bring their own super dogs. The movie starts at 7 o'clock. Tickets for the event cost $10 on the Baltimore Ravens website. Now, aside from the movie, there's also going to be self-guided locker room tours, face painting, inflatable bounce houses, and interactive games. Ravens cheerleaders, Poe, and the marching band will be there as well. Parking for the event is free, and it begins at 4.
When the Ravens are busy in the offseason, they'll be hosting an organization-wide volunteer day to build a new playground and provide upgrades at Morrill Park Elementary Middle School and Recreation Center. Project marks a $200,000 community investment completely funded by the Ravens Foundation. Ravens players, along with the team staff members, will all be in attendance. Love is Not just in the air, but apparently in the water. Yeah, a new survey shows an increase in blue crabs in the Chesapeake Bay. Still to come, the back and forth, though, from officials despite this uptick.
And the countdown to Preakness is almost over all morning long. On Fox 45 Morning News, we have live team coverage of the preparations getting underway as Black-Eyed Susan Day kicks off today.
Oh, and the perfect drink to start the Black-Eyed Susan festivities, a cup of black coffee, right?
Of course. Let's go ahead and take a coffee break. In your assignment, America, this morning, a national nonprofit is pressuring mid-sized cities to address increasing crime.
Our America is launching its new Public Safety Equals Opportunity Initiative campaign.
With the campaign, the group will ask elected officials to take legislative steps to lower crime rates. The group is focusing on areas that it feels are typically overlooked for major cities.
San Francisco, D.C., as well as New York City, they take up all the air from the conversation of a crime. We need to start talking about Tucson, Albuquerque, Memphis, Tennessee, all of these smaller cities that are equally important and are experiencing the same type of crime that's happening in some of the quote-unquote major cities in the U.S.
Our America is looking for cities to focus on two topics: police budgets and repeat offenders.
Well, in today's Assignment America, more criminals are getting away with murder.
This comes as the number of homicides being solved is dropping nationwide. Angela Brown with her national desk explains.
The latest data says around 50% of homicides are not getting cleared. When we talk about the clearance rate, in most cases that means someone has been arrested and charged. It does not mean a conviction. The Unsolved Murder website, Ohio. Scroll down and you'll find Jaleel Carter Tate. His mother sat down with our Columbus, Ohio affiliate last year.
It's just too hard. It just hurts so bad.
Jaleel's mom, Tracy, may never see justice. Frustrating to retired Sergeant Betsy Smith, now the spokesperson for the National Police Association.
I have sat in court and held the hands of homicide victims' family members.
Fewer families are getting their day in court. The chances of solving a murder, a coin toss.
If you decide to commit a homicide, you have a 50% chance of getting away with it. Get scot-free.
The Marshall Project reporting the homicide clearance rate hovering around 50% in 2020. Some cities lower than that. NPR says Oakland, California at 36%. Baltimore police say Baltimore at 40%.
We've probably lost 10 to 11 experienced homicide detectives to promotion.
The Murder Accountability Project points to police underfunding. Smith also blames the lack of trust between police and the people.
It is just that terrible combination of the vilification of law enforcement, the police departments that are virtually all departments in this country are shorthanded, and the lack of experience.
This study published last year found the clearance rate for the homicide of minority men as 15 to 30% points lower than that of other racial demographics, young men like Jaleel Tate. Clearances do not always lead to prison time. A 2009 DOJ report found in 75 of the largest counties, nearly 1/3 of people accused of murder were acquitted or had their charges dismissed. That's the most recent data on record that's available. In Washington, D.C., I'm Angela Brown.
All right, Angela, thank you. A public safety hearing at City Hall last week leaves police officers and council members concerned.
Well, Baltimore City has seen fewer people shot and killed this year compared to last year's historic numbers. It's the number of crimes actually being solved that has some on high alert.
I feel like the less crimes we are able to clear or solve, the longer said criminal is going to do said activity, which makes more of a snowball effect on the problems that our detectives have to solve.
As for non-fatal shootings, the clearance rate is even lower at 28% compared to 27% last year.
Well, making your headlines this Friday morning, taking a live look over the White House, where the Biden administration has launched a new program aimed at sheltering the nation's homeless population.
The All Inside initiative specifically partners with the state of California, as well as the governments in Los Angeles, Chicago, Dallas, Seattle, and Phoenix.
According to the plan, there will be a dedicated federal official in each community to develop an area-specific strategies, as well as a team focusing on the federal funding opportunities.
Get ready because today is the Black-Eyed Susan race. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll take you live to Pimlico with a behind-the-scenes look as the horses get ready to head out to the racetrack.
And crime is overall down in the city of Baltimore, but one woman says that does not reflect her reality. We'll take a look at her crime concerns just ahead.
And we are off to a dry start this morning, but I am tracking some showers for Preakness. I've got an updated look at exactly when they arrive in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, 6:59 this morning on this Friday morning. It is happy Black-Eyed Susan Day around here. I'm Tom Rogers.
Philly's taken over. I'm Megan Gillen. Meteorologist Amy Aronson here. Oftentimes we talk about rain on this day. It looks pretty nice.
Yet today we're in good shape. Tomorrow, that's when we've got some rain to talk about. Just to add a rain jacket into your pile of things that you're going to be packing if you are headed out to Preakness tomorrow. But today we're in good shape. We are off to a cool start, 50s to begin. But as we head through the rest of the day, temperatures will be warming and perfect for heading out to Pimlico. Maybe you're squeezing in a workout outside this morning. Feels refreshing for that. Mid-50s to start, low 60s to end. Not a lot of sunshine out there. and that's going to be the case all day long. But we're not tracking any rain today. That's coming tomorrow. I've got an updated look at exactly when that line of showers arrives here in 10 minutes. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. And there's reports of a disabled vehicle. This is actually in the tunnel here. We're talking about the Harbor Tunnel, and it looks like it's causing delays both directions. Not sure about that, but mainly if you're traveling southbound in 895, you're going to hit a longer delay because of that. So just be careful if you're heading that way. Adds a little bit of extra time. And then we also have, right now we're hearing a disabled vehicle on the Key Bridge. That's causing a slight delay, and that is northbound on the Key Bridge, the outer loop, right at 695. So 2 delays right there.
Get your fascinators ready and start thinking about your bets.
Preakness weekend, it's finally here at Fox 45 Morning News, bringing you live coverage right from the track.
Olivia Dance live from Pimlico here this morning. Olivia, what should people know about handicapping and race picks? What can you tell us?
Yeah, good morning, Megan and Tom. I'm ready. I have my fascinator here, and we've been here at the stables all morning watching the horses as they go through their morning routine, which consists of waking up, eating breakfast, stretching, going on a morning walk, and, of course, getting their morning baths. And I want to bring in someone right now who knows all about this. His name is Aaron Grider. He is a former jockey. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So tell me a little bit about what you love most about horse racing. You're the pro here.
The horses. When I was 4 years old, I fell in love with horse racing because my grandparents went to the races all the time in Southern California, and I'm like, the horses are so powerful. They're like beautiful. They're just like, they're just majestic. Like, I loved everything about them. I was so excited about them. I'm like, I want to be part of this. I didn't know that I could be a jockey, but it ended up being a dream come true.
I mean, seeing them this up close and personal, they really are beautiful and just so majestic. And as a jockey, you rode a little over 4,000 winners. Now you're an executive. What do you do in your position now?
What I do as an executive is I bring what I saw with my experiences to the other side of the fence, to the corporate teams, as far as safety for the horses, for the jockeys, for track surfaces, whatever it may be. I'm always looking at how I can make it better for everybody that's involved in racing to bring it to the other side of the fence, and so we can all work together. And it's just been a great marriage, and I've just been so blessed to like retire and still continue doing what I love.
Such a cool experience, and that's great to hear. And obviously this morning we've been seeing kind of how the horses prepare to go out on the racetrack, but can you give us some information about how jockeys get ready for the big race?
Well, it depends. Like me, as a taller rider, I had to lose a lot of weight. So every day I ran 8 to 10 miles in a plastic suit every single day of my life when I was riding for 30 years. Some guys don't have a weight issue. Some guys do. But when you come into these big races, you just want to enjoy the moment. You want to enjoy, like, it takes a lot to get here. Like, settle down. Don't get too caught up in what the race is, but just do what you do every day. You know, just be calm in what you do. You're standing in front of a stall that's Mage's stall, which is the Kentucky Derby winner, and it's like very few guys get to do that and win a Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, it's amazing being this close to Mage. We've watched him all morning go on his walks, and he was right here getting his morning bath. So it's such a cool experience, and I want to thank you for being here with us and sharing some of your experiences as a jockey. It's pretty cool stuff. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Megan and Tom, back to you.
All right, thank you, Olivia. This weekend, a big weekend for Baltimore businesses. It's not just the racing that's attracting people from all over the country. Bruno Mars headlining this year's concert right on Pimlico's infield. Economists say the Preakness could bring in about $50 million for the greater Baltimore region and the state this year.
A lot of interest this year. Again, there's this focus among many people that they want to have more experiences. This is the second jewel of the Triple Crown, and we have the Kentucky Derby winner racing in this race, so that adds to the intrigue. And so I think you are going to see a lot of people there.
Well, make sure to send us a picture or video from Pimlico or your at-home Preakness celebrations. We'd love to see them. Head to foxbaltimore.com/chime in or scan the QR code on your screen. And thanks for sharing those with us.
7:04 now to a city in crisis as Baltimore City residents want to see change as the city surpasses 100 homicides.
We have Taylor Stewart joining us now with the demands from people to stop the historically violent trend. Taylor.
Yeah, that's right. We spoke to a resident who's lived in Baltimore City for over 40 years. She says the fabric of the city has changed, and it's not quite mirroring her reality, the drop in crime stats that we've seen here in the city. Now, in the Southwestern District, according to police data, there have been 10 homicides. That's down from 15 at this point last year. That's a 33% drop. And 26 shootings this year. That's down from 32 in 2022, a 19% drop. Fox 45 spoke to a longtime resident, Helen Howard, who says she's still fearful just doing basic things like taking a walk.
I'm supposed to have exercises. I got a bad heart. And to come out here and walk, it's scary.
We need to certainly applaud the fact that at this very moment, we are doing better than we were last year. Before we start patting ourselves on the back, I think we need to also remember that historically, we have been at these numbers before and ended up with over 300 homicides at the end of the year.
Now, city leaders continue to tout the city's crime reduction efforts. And based on the Neighborhood Safety and Accountability Dashboard, shootings and homicides are down overall year over year. That is except when it comes to juveniles. We'll continue to follow the city's crime crisis as it develops here. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. The Baltimore City Council is set to hold a hearing on youth curfew next week. It's a measure designed to reduce juvenile crime. In Annapolis, this year's legislative session is well over, but some are calling on lawmakers to come back for a special session to address the juvenile crime crisis.
Whether it is finding a way to get more of these guns off the streets or tougher penalties to deal with this type of thing, but they definitely need to get more involved in this than to wait another 9 months before another session comes.
Fox 45 News asked Governor Wes Moore about potential solutions to youth violence in Maryland or if he'll call a special session. His response came as a news release sent out earlier this week, reading, quote, "When tragedy strikes and we do nothing, we know we are contending with more than a gun violence issue."
Governor Moore did appear on CNN yesterday afternoon talking about Maryland's new law limiting where legal gun owners can carry their firearms.
It is already facing a legal challenge from the NRA. Governor Moore says he is not concerned.
I do think this law will hold up. We were working in partnership with the Office of the Attorney General, who believes that this law will hold up. But also importantly, these are common sense gun laws. People should not be able to bring firearms anywhere they want to. And our state is something that our state is not going to stand for. We have an all of the above approach in the way that we're dealing with public safety, and this is a component of it.
Now, opponents of Senate Bill 1 argue the gun control law penalizes legal firearm owners and that criminals should be the priority when it comes to enforcement.
Do you think there should be a special session to tackle the juvenile crime crisis? So far, 58% of those who have responded say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com to weigh in.
Well, 7:07 and turning now to counties under pressure. Baltimore County Police need your help finding a burglary suspect. Officials say surveillance video shows the suspect moments before he broke into a residence, the unit block of Hilltop Road in Towson. Now, the suspect is also believed to be responsible for 2 other first-degree burglaries in that same area. If you have any information on the suspect you see right here on your screen, you are asked to contact detectives in Baltimore County at 410-307-2020. In Harford County, the Aberdeen Police Department needs your help identifying the thief who is stealing catalytic converters from vehicles. The department releasing this flyer with a photo of a vehicle, and it's a little hazy as it was driving by. The police say this is most likely driven by the thief. Police are asking anyone with information on this vehicle or the robberies to contact them. That number, 410-272-2121, and you can remain anonymous.
From our live center now this morning, we are watching for the latest developments in both Japan at the G7 summit and also Ukraine. This morning, we are just learning that President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine will appear in person. G7 leaders unveiling a new round of sanctions against Moscow with a renewed focus to enforce existing sanctions and hold people accountable for enforcing them. Russia is now the most sanctioned country in the world. U.S. officials say they plan to blacklist as many as 70 companies for selling restricted U.S. products to Russia, as well as cut off 300 individuals, entities, vessels, and aircrafts from the U.S. financial system. The other G7 nations are expected to announce similar sanctions over the weekend. Taking you live now to the White House, where White House officials are announcing an accounting error was made in military support to Ukraine. The Pentagon says they overestimated at least $3 billion, meaning they spent $3 billion less than they originally thought. Right now, Defense Department officials are still working to find out exactly how much was spent. According to the Pentagon, the U.S. has in total committed more than $30.4 billion in security assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of the Biden administration. That's the latest from our live center.
7:09 now, and you can get Fox 45 News in a flash through your Amazon Alexa or Echo. We now deliver your local headlines and your forecast in less than 2 minutes. If you have an Amazon device, just tell it to enable Fox 45 Baltimore. All right, now we need to find out exactly what the weather's going to be like for this weekend, as we are at the old hilltop, and thousands will be heading down there.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson has all of those details for us.
Yeah, overall, I think it's going to be a pretty quiet Preakness weekend, at least weather-wise. Today looks nice. We're starting off a little cloudy this morning, upper 50s to begin. Low 70s where we're headed today with more clouds than sun, but overall a mostly dry day out there. Now, come tomorrow, I am tracking that chance for some showers. Coming up in just about 10 minutes, I've got an updated look at exactly when they arrive and how long they last and what that means for all your Preakness plans. Tom, Megan.
Can you give me a salute, Lou? Salute. Present arms. Order arms.
Trending now, a top honor for a local hero in Ellicott City. 102-year-old Marine Corps veteran Colin Elushat was honored with the Silver Star. This World War II veteran is being honored for his gallantry in action against enemy forces during the Battle of Okinawa. That was in June of 1945.
The veteran shared a salute from a Baltimore rehab facility where he's recovering from a stroke. Silver Star is the third highest military honor in the United States after the Medal of Honor and the Service Cross, the Silver Cross there. Congratulations, Colonel, and thank you so much for your service.
Beautiful. Well, the Maryland Department of Natural Resources releasing a new survey showing the number of blue crabs in the Chesapeake Bay has gone up.
Yeah, and according to the Blue Crab Winter Dredge Survey,
he's running from us.
Population has gone from 227 million crabs last year to 323 million crabs this year. It's a lot of counting. Officials say despite the uptick, they are continuing to remain vigilant as the number of juvenile crabs have been below average for the past 4 years.
Well, here is a look at some of the stories making headlines this hour. The EPA comes down hard on Baltimore City following a delay in construction projects. What this incident says about city transparency, especially when it comes to safe drinking water.
And it's a family affair, hanging out with my buddy Tucker here at Pimlico for Black Eyed Susan Day. Coming up, we'll get into the food. You know, it's always about the food with me, right? It's coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long. Right, Tucker?
Thumbs up.
Beyond the bright jockey bibs, beautiful thoroughbreds, the big hats and fascinators, plus the infield entertainment, the tradition remains which horse to bet on and why. From avid gamblers to first-timers, the excitement of a possible win only amplifies the day. Joining us now to break down all the odds, Preakness family historian, racing enthusiast, and handicapper, Dan Collins. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning. How are you?
Hey, great. Speaking of traditions, always great to have you on, bringing so much history to this weekend. From Black-Eyed Susan to the Preakness Stakes, you've got it all covered here, the history in your family and the emblems here, too. So, Dan, let's talk a little bit more about this. Preakness Field of 8. A lot of people are, you're saying, okay, well, let's go to Mage, but others are saying we have National Treasure that's doing pretty well, too, and maybe up there. How do you see that field playing out?
Well, you're right. It's an 8-horse field. Pretty small, actually, from what we've seen in the past. And I'll have to say that, there are no super horses here. In fact, this may be the least talented field I've seen in the Preakness for a long time. That being said, you mentioned National Treasure. Yeah, I think it's going to be the one to beat in this particular race. Most of these horses all are closers. That is, they come off the pace. May certainly did in the Kentucky Derby. So he's got the inside pole. He's the number one, so he can hug that rail, save some ground. Bob Baffert's been training this horse regularly, 4 furlongs, 5 furlongs, gotten him tightened up. I think he's going to shoot out of a cannon, and we'll just see if they can catch him.
Let's talk about that pole position. I mean, coming in, Mage at 3, it starts looking at, okay, well, National Treasure on the pole, but really, where is it? Does that matter, really, when it comes down to a race like this, how close you are to the rail?
Absolutely. It also depends a lot on the track conditions. Yeah. When I was a kid and used to go to the track with my father, who was a trainer and an owner, he used to walk the track before, we would come into the grandstand, because he wanted to feel how was the track feeling under his feet. Right. And so, if the track along the rail is cuppy, meaning it kind of sticks to your feet, that actually is a bad thing, because that could slow down a horse. On the other hand, if it's very, very firm, very, very hard and fast, that's going to be a benefit. Okay. The idea of hugging the rail, of course, is you're trying to reduce the amount of the length and space that you're moving, so it's going to be easier as far as that goes.
Last question for you, then. We're just about out of time. First-time bettors or wagers, so they go for a trifecta. What do you recommend for somebody that's like, you know what, I've never put money down on a horse race before?
Well, there's an old saying in racing, scared money never wins. So if you're unsure about what you're going to bet, maybe just watch them run. I'm not big on trizactas, exactas, all that sort of thing. My father was better at that than I was. I'm pretty much an old-fashioned flat better. Okay. So I'd say, hey, if you want to bet an exacta, go with the 1 and the 3. You're probably going to hit.
There you go. You're the second person that said that this morning. Thank you very much. Your expertise, Dan Collins, always great to have you, and have a great weekend. I know you're going to be busy.
Yes, indeed. You too. Best to everyone at Fox.
All right. Thank you, Dan.
Exactas are hard. That's why you box it. My dad always taught me do the trifecta, box it. You got your 3, good to go.
Yeah,
you learned a lot from your dad at the track.
That's right. Apparently, my dad was never at the tracks. Amy, how about you? Were you ever trackside growing up?
No, I mean, I grew up in Pennsylvania, so you don't really have horse racing. Well, I guess
all 3 of us
it depends where, right?
Right.
I mean, I guess that's true. Yep. I mean, not until I moved to Baltimore did I attend Pimlico and Preakness and all the fun stuff. So, yeah, definitely an exciting weekend here. My first year, I think, not being out there on this day. Normally, I'm always out there for Black-Eyed Susan Day. Last year, there was a tornado warning today.
Really?
Not going to be the case this year. Yeah, I got
that.
stuck out there last year. I'm actually traumatized from it because my computer was dying and I couldn't get on air to warn everyone about it. So I'm happy to be in studio today. Of course, the weather's quiet today, but here's a look back at some of the past Preakness extremes. The hottest was in 1962, a very hot 98 degrees that year. The coolest low temperature, 52 degrees from 2003. The coldest with a low of 39 degrees. And then the wettest was in 1885 with just over an inch of rain. On average, our highs around 74, our lows around 55. So today, a pretty average day for us. Looks a little gloomy right now. Don't worry, it's not going to rain. It's just overcast this morning. We're starting off in the 50s to near 60 if you're in Annapolis this morning. Not bad for a Friday morning. We do have two weather makers on the way, one to our south, one to our west. The one to our south is an area of low pressure that's going to head our way. Stay offshore, but push some clouds our direction. The second is a cold front that's going to actually reach us tomorrow and send us a brief chance for some showers. Brief being the key word there. Let's time it out. Clouds get shoved up our direction today. We do have that cold front coming in from the west later on, sends us a skinny line of showers, I think tomorrow, right before post time. So between 4 and 5 o'clock, that scoots through. Hopefully it scoots out of here by 7 o'clock, but we're going to have to watch that closely. Nothing severe from that system, just some brief showers. So I would pack the rain jacket if you're headed out to Pimlico come tomorrow. After that, we're dry. We welcome back the sunshine. The sunshine is here for the second half of the weekend. Maybe you're not into any of the Preakness things, and if you are staying home this weekend to do some gardening, now's the time. It's going to be comfy today out in the yard, low 70s. Mid 70s tomorrow with that chance for some showers later in the day, and then the sunshine is back in full force on Sunday with highs in the upper 70s. Beyond that rain chance tomorrow, no real rain in the 7-day forecast. Of course, we need the rain. We're not really going to see much of it. We've got a sunny stretch coming up through the end of the weekend, close to 80 by Monday, and then temperatures are briefly back in the mid 70s Tuesday and Wednesday before another warm up by the end of the week. Tom, Megan.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by First.
All right, you know what that means. Now is your chance to take in the second leg of the Triple Crown for free. This is a huge opportunity. The Preakness, as you know, is happening tomorrow, Saturday, and you can win 4 tickets to the race.
Call right now, the number on your screen, 410-469-8308. 10th caller will win. Good luck. Make sure you keep watching. We'll have a couple more chances to win some tickets this morning right here on Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, if you don't win these 4 tickets, no worries, because Fox 45 Morning News still has 8 free tickets. And you still have 2 more chances to win, as Tom was mentioning there. Stay tuned for your cue to call in and win, and it could be coming up in about an hour.
And Black Eyed Susan Day, of course, a great race, but the food. We'll get into the food coming up next. What will I have my hands on? I tell you, I can't wait. It's on the way. Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
Yep.
Oh, come on. You see the flowers right there. That's right. It's Black-Eyed Susan Day, and we are celebrating right here, signaling the official start of Preakness Weekend.
And Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark is live from Pimlico this morning with more on the foods you can eat while watching the races. Mark, you look great.
Thanks, guys. You always accuse me of being around the food. Well, that's the case. We got Benjamin here. We got Ira here. And, guys, this smells amazing. So if people want this food, they can come to the race and get it, right?
Absolutely. So we are Hoodfellas Hospitality Group. Within that group, we have Hoodfellas Bistro and Catering, where we will have infield concession all day tomorrow for everybody to enjoy right outside the stage. In addition to that, we have the food truck over to the left outside of the bleachers, which will be here Friday and Saturday, so kind of working it from both angles. We are serving our fantastic fall off the bone ribs, our amazing grilled steak burgers. And definitely want you to try them out. And we are so happy to be here at Preakness today.
What do people, you guys, you were here last year. What's the #1 hot item for the people here at the race?
I would say that absolutely has to be our fall off the bone ribs.
Well, okay, well, hold on now.
Let's see something.
Hold on, let's see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
Come on now.
Okay. All right. You're right.
Off the bone.
I had to do it. Megan, I had to do it. I'm sorry. I have to make sure that they're truthful with this. Yeah. I can't
It's in your job.
talk anymore.
You get paid to report, and you're just
awesome. Definitely come and see us either in the infield,
and we don't want to get on
in the infield, or in the food truck.
Oh, how fun.
Not enough.
As soon as I saw that table, I was like, Mark found the food. And yes, I would go for the ribs too. Definitely. Right away. I knew it. I'm like, I'm going ribs.
Just don't get it on your nice jacket.
Awesome.
Well, have fun. We'll let you eat. We'll talk about the weather now.
This is fun.
We'll see more clouds than sun today, but temperatures will be in the low 70s by this afternoon. What about tomorrow? The Preakness. Black-Eyed Susan looks good, but Amy Aronson says you may want to grab something before you head out to Preakness.
Well, you just saw Mark is at Pimlico. I'm here too. I'm right by the stables, and coming up next, I'll give you an up-close and personal look at how the horses get ready for the big day.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back to Fox 45 Morning News. It's Friday, May 19th. I'm Megan Gillen.
I'm Tom Rogers. We're not just dressing up like we're Steelers fans. No, it's Black-Eyed Susan Day, so we're in the yellow and black. That's
Always
why.
good colors to be sporting.
You have to throw it out there when you're in Baltimore, because Ravens fans are like, whoa, it's Friday. It's Purple Friday. Why are they wearing yellow and black? Just putting it out there.
They're good colors. Meteorologist Amy Aronson here with what it's going to look like in the sky. I don't think we're going to see these colors.
No, all I can think of are bumblebees. Like we look like a bunch of bees flying around the studio this morning. We are starting off dry, little cloudy though, so lots of gray out there actually. If you're out and about early this morning, upper 50s to start, so not too bad temperature-wise either. If you're headed out to the bus stop, cloudy to remain for the rest of the morning through the afternoon. We're in the upper 60s by lunchtime. Pickup time much milder. We're in the low 70s to wrap things up. Now the weekend will be even warmer than this, but it's also going to come with that shower chance, at least briefly tomorrow. I've got an updated look at when the rain will arrive in Pimlico for Preakness festivities tomorrow and what it means for all your weekend plans. Tom, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network here this morning, we are getting reports of some emergency road work. This is happening in Northeast. It's on 95 North. There's 2 right lanes that are closed right after Maryland 272. It's causing some slowdowns in that area. And when we say slowdowns, you can see they're just inching through. So if possible, try to avoid it. Otherwise, give yourself some extra time.
Well, get your bow ties ready, your fascinators, and start thinking about your bets.
Here we go. I'm telling you, trifecta box. That's where to go. Preakness weekend is officially here, and Fox 45 Morning News is bringing you live coverage from the track.
In fact, somebody that has a fascinator on this morning, Olivia Dans from Pimlico, right in front of the stables here. And what a great morning as you're talking all things horses, but also handicaps. Tell us about that, Olivia.
Yeah, hey Megan and Tom, I'm ready. I have the fascinator on, and we're here at the stables at Pimlico. So all morning we've been seeing how the horses have been getting ready for the big races. They go on walks, they stretch, they eat breakfast, they get baths, a couple baths actually. So that's been all happening right here behind me, and it's been pretty cool to see. But I want to bring in Claudia. She is a handicapper. Thank you so much for joining us.
No, thank you so much. I love being here. I love Pimlico. I love Baltimore, and Preakness is one of my favorite races in the world.
All right, so I have to ask you, when we're talking betting, we're talking about Preakness, which horses do you have your eyes on? Is there one in particular that you're really betting on?
Well, I'm a little biased this year because we have Mage, and I'm family with the connections, but also I do handicapping on Gulfstream Park in Miami. So this horse got second on the Florida Derby, and I mean, I'm Venezuelan, the trainer is Venezuelan, the jockey is Venezuelan. Yeah. So they won the Kentucky Derby. It was an amazing race. So I'm really, really excited for me, my family, obviously for Mage. Yeah. And all Venezuela is watching this race.
Oh my God, that's really cool to hear that. This is international. People are watching from all over, tuning in here to Baltimore. And actually, Mage is behind us.
Yeah, Mage is exactly behind us. Yeah. Is feeling better than ever, and I'm really exactly. And that's what you want to see. You want to see a happy horse and a confident horse. And I think this horse has everything to get all the way to get to the Triple Crown.
Absolutely. And just real quick before we go, do you have any tips and tricks for people who are going to be placing bets for the first time on Preakness?
Yeah, well, it's fun. There are so many ways to do it. If you want to be quick and simple, just bet a winner. Take a horse that you like, or take a name that you like if you don't know anything, or the one that looks cute to you, and just bet winner. But there's so many things. You can bet tickets, you can bet like many ways. But the simple and quick thing is look at one horse and put some money on them.
All right, there you go. Thank you so much. That's a nice little tip. Thank you for joining us, Claudia. I'll send it back to you guys.
I like that advice. Olivia, thank you so much. And if you celebrate the Preakness Stakes, we'd love to see some pictures or video, whether you're at Pimlico or if you're celebrating just at home. Just head to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, or right there you can scan that QR code and send it to us that way.
Well, now to a city in crisis, and the EPA condemning Baltimore's leadership for handling the E. coli contamination and other crises, saying that the city didn't comply with the Safe Water Drinking Act.
We have Taylor Stewart live with the ultimatum from the EPA. Taylor.
That's right. The EPA is saying Baltimore City is in violation of the Safe Water Drinking Act. This goes back to two reservoir projects that support major parts of Baltimore. They've been delayed several times. We're talking about the Lake Ashburn site and Druid Hill Park. They've got ongoing construction projects to bury drinking water tanks underground. Both projects have been delayed several times, and now the city's in violation of federal law, according to the EPA. The latest order coming from the EPA mandates the city to complete both of those projects by the end of 2023. The timeline originally for them was 2022, so considerable delays in this. It also requires the city to contract the lab to test for contaminants and parasites in those water sources until the projects are complete.
Well, I think it's poor management on all levels. There are people who exploited the requirements by EPA to do a lot of other things, and that may be one of the reasons why this thing is taking so long.
Now, among the other issues the city's faced with respect to water is the E. coli outbreak that happened just last September. And then remember, the water in West Baltimore was rendered unsafe last Labor Day, forcing the city to open water distribution sites for days. Now, the city has been notified by the EPA that they must let residents know of this latest order. We'll, of course, keep you updated as these ongoing water concerns continue here in the city of Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
7:36, and from the Live Center this morning, a hearing over the weaponization of the government descends into chaos, with both Republicans and Democrats sparring over transparency concerns. The issue at hand, why the witness's testimony was shared with some Republicans just before the hearing, but not with Democrats.
Will you give us a copy of that testimony that was transcribed of your discussions with him?
It'll be up to Mr. Allen.
But you are in possession of them, aren't you?
Sure are.
So why would you not give them to us?
Because Mr. Allen's a whistleblower and he didn't want that to happen.
I find it incredible that evidence that one side has garnered is not going to be shared with the other side. That is not how committees work.
Now, another point of conflict was witnesses' status as the whistleblowers. Democrats arguing being unhappy with the FBI did not make them witnesses, all of whom were former special agents with the agency. Well, whistleblowers, Republicans say it's up to the witness and the laws as whether the information they brought forth qualifies them as being a whistleblower. The hearing comes one day after the FBI said it revoked the security clearances of 3 agents who either attended the January 6th riot at the Capitol or espoused alternate theories about the Capitol attack. That's the latest from our Live Center.
The crime crisis has city residents thinking twice about leaving their homes, even though police say crime is down. Some residents say they still don't feel safe.
Jack Teixeira back in court today. What today's hearing will determine and what we're learning from the newly filed court documents.
And can we expect rain on the track for the Preakness tomorrow? Meteorologist Amy Aronson tracking our next chance for rain ahead in her full Weather Authority forecast. It is 7:38 and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
7:40 on this Friday, this Black-Eyed Susan Day. If you're headed out to Pimlico, today looks awesome. Mostly cloudy but comfy, low humidity with highs in the low 70s. Tomorrow, a little warmer. We'll make our way into the mid-70s. We do have a brief chance of some showers, so if you don't want to get caught in the rain there tomorrow, bring a rain jacket just in case. Looks like the showers are confined to the late afternoon, early evening hours. And the rest of the weekend actually turns much drier. I'll break down that rain chance in more detail, hour by hour, in just about 10 minutes. Tom, Megan.
Thank you, Amy. Remember, you can keep an eye on the forecast even when we are not on air by downloading the free Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Just go to your app store and search WBFF to get started.
Baltimore City collecting millions of dollars after installing speed cameras throughout the city. Why differences in data between the city's Department of Revenue and Transportation departments is raising eyebrows.
FDA approving a new drug that could offer relief to millions of women. How it works and when it will become available. 7:41 is the time on this Friday morning. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by the University of Maryland School of Medicine.
The Food and Drug Administration approving a new kind of drug to treat hot flashes caused by menopause. And this could really help a lot of women. As many as 80% face hot flashes in their 40s and 50s. Dr. Mokora Malik, an obstetrician and gynecologist at the University of Maryland School of Medicine, joining us live to weigh in. I am so happy to have you here and start this conversation because, Dr. Malik, I feel like this is something that a lot of women don't talk about.
Yes, thank you for having me. Absolutely. Menopause affects millions of women. In 2020, about 60 million women will be over the age of 50, and menopause is known to be occurring in women ages 51 and above, and sometimes even younger than age 51. And we don't talk about it because women don't talk about what's going on with them, and this is giving us a platform.
Well, we should talk about it because there's a lot of things that you're feeling that you might need some medicine for, and finally there's something that might help. Let's talk about this medicine for hot flashes, how it works, and who this would be for.
Absolutely. So Veoza is a very different kind of medication. We've not seen anything like this before. It's made specifically for vasomotor symptoms, which means hot flashes and night sweats in women who are specifically in menopause. And it works by affecting neurons in the brain. So it affects the neurokinin 3, and it's an antagonist against that specific receptor.
Is this something like a pill that you would take every day? How would that look?
Yes, right now it's marketed as a drug that you take once a day, and it's one specific dose that's prescribed at the moment.
Safe for all women?
It's not safe for everyone. There have been certain concerns for women who have either liver or chronic kidney disease, and women taking certain other medications.
Something else I wanted to ask you about, because when I heard I was interviewing you, I was talking to my girlfriends last night at the soccer field, and one of them in their 30s said that she started having hot flashes after pregnancy. Is that common? And for those women, would they be able to maybe look into this kind of medicine?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, because this drug is so new, we don't truly know who it would be most efficacious for. So the average age of women that were studied in this study were around 54. But that doesn't mean that younger women can't try this drug.
When we talk about, 40s, 50s, at what points should these hot flashes go away? And will this medicine actually help make that come sooner? Or is this just to help the treatment and what you're feeling?
Honestly, I would love to see how this is going to affect the progression of menopausal symptoms. Women have said that they have experienced these symptoms up to 10 years after the start of their menopausal. So, I mean, the symptoms vary, and we're hoping that the drug is targeting these symptoms accurately.
Dr. Malik, this is a step forward for women. I think I can hear women cheering. This is something that's needed and hopefully will be helpful. Appreciate your time.
Thank you so much.
Of course.
All right, 7:48 here on this Friday morning. Good news there for the advancements here for pills here, but also some good news outside.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson here with what we're going to be feeling. How's it looking?
Yeah, not bad, especially compared to the past 5 years. If we take a look back last year, it was hot for Preakness, 95 degrees last year. The year before that, not as bad, 80 degrees. The year prior, of course, was the pandemic, so it was a little wonky. It happened in October, upper 60s that year. And then we had rain in 2019 and 2018. This year, there is a chance for rain, but I don't think it's going to be a washout. Starting off a little cloudy right now, looking downtown. Upper 50s to begin. Cloudy skies will dominate today with highs ending up in the low 70s. I'm tracking a few showers here Saturday, so be prepared for that. Otherwise, it's going to be warm, actually, both weekend days. We've got two weather makers I'm keeping an eye on. One is to our south. That's an area of low pressure. Should not see rain from that, but that's sending us some clouds. The second is that cold front. That's what's actually going to send us that chance for some showers tomorrow. Here's the clouds. You'll notice they're covering us right now. That will continue to be the case much of today. Future scan shows that, too. Despite the extra cloud cover, we still managed to reach the low to mid 70s this afternoon, so not bad to wrap up the work week. As we get into your weekend, we start off overcast Saturday morning. Saturday afternoon is actually mostly dry, nice and warm with highs ending up in the low to mid 70s. But then here comes that skinny line of showers. Now, timing is far from ideal. Between 5 and 7 o'clock, leading up to post times when races are happening at Pimlico and leading up to the big one, actually. So showers will be rushing through at that point, but hopefully they'll get out of here just in time for things to wrap up there tomorrow. After that, we are dry for the rest of your Saturday night, heading into your Sunday, and actually staying warm, too. So today's the coolest out of the next three. Low 70s this afternoon with more clouds than sun. Perfect for Black-Eyed Susan festivities. If you plan to stay home and grill tonight, comfortable for that too. We'll spend this evening in the 60s. We are looking at sunset happening shortly after 8, and after that we will see increasing clouds before that shower chance tomorrow. The shower chance isn't big. It's not a washout. I would bring that rain jacket with you tomorrow just to be prepared, because we are tracking a few showers for the infield fest leading up to post time around 7 o'clock. We'll see some showers at that point with temperatures in the low 70s. After that, we're in great shape for your Sunday. It's all sunshine with highs in the warm upper 70s. We're close to 80 on Monday. Next week looks mostly dry and actually pretty quiet. Not much happening on the 7-day. Mid 70s Tuesday and Wednesday, followed by the upper 70s by the very end of the week. Tom, Megan.
Thank you, Amy. What if you could be a partial owner of an award-winning racehorse? Still ahead, how Maryland's oldest thoroughbred breeding farm is making that possible.
Oh, and if you haven't been able to get Preakness tickets, no worries. Keep watching Fox 45 Morning News for your chance to win 4 free tickets to tomorrow's events. Your next chance to win is coming up in 30 minutes.
Well, that's exciting. Really exciting. That will get your blood going.
You know what else could get your blood going?
What's that?
Coffee.
Especially if you don't get to win the tickets.
Oh, yeah. Let's take a coffee break and think about that. Oh, the sound of the bugle can only mean one thing. We're talking about the Preakness, and so many people will be visiting Old Hilltop tomorrow to enjoy the excitement of live thoroughbred racing for one day.
Now, for others, it's a year-long obsession. The Pons family has been one of our area's leading breeders for almost a century.
Wow. It's, Country Life Farm is now making the sport of kings attainable for the average fan through partial ownership. Our Director of Operations, Jimmy Mathis, has this story.
Country Life Farm, our home farm, this will be the 91st year this fall. My grandfather bought it in 1933, moved his family down from Long Island, kept his place not far from Belmont Park. He would commute back and forth to Long Island from Bel Air, Maryland. I'm so tickled that Maj, the Derby winner, came because he's a genuine horse. Sold at Timonium a year ago, which is really cool. And he's a poster child for the micro ownership. There's 400 owners in this horse.
Well done. Venezuelan Javier Castellano, a Derby winner.
Oh, it's a lot of fun. And my best clients come out, they participate. They come to the farm, watch the horses train. They come out to see the mares with the foals.
Get her off.
They go to the races with us. They go to the sales. We go out of town for the races. So it's one of these kind of things where you start and where you end up. I hope we're two different places, but we had a lot of fun over the year. And it's just fun because for that 2 minutes or however long the race is, that's my horse out there. Here's my money. Oh, it's like graduation day. It's like your kid graduated kindergarten or elementary school or high school. It's fun. And what's really neat is I've got some clients who are just lucky. So I can't wait till they get these partners in certain horses because I just know something's good going to happen. Winston Churchill said, you know, there's something about the outside of a horse that's good for the inside of a person. And to paraphrase him. Oh, and what's really cool is years ago I went to business school. And I went with accountants and lawyers and bankers and all those guys. And I'm the only guy doing the same job now as them.
That's really cool. Thank you very much, Jimmy, for putting that together for us. Cloudy, warm today. We are tracking the next weather maker that will be here just in time for Preakness. Meteorologist Amy Aronson. She's got her black-eyed Susan dress on, and she's tracking the chances for rain ahead in her full Weather Authority forecast.
Get ready because today is the Black-Eyed Susan race. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll take you live to Pimlico, where preparations are well underway.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Up on 8 o'clock on this Friday morning, May 19th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gillen. We want to bring in meteorologist Amy Aronson because not only is it a Friday, but it's Black-Eyed Susan Day.
And you've got the perfect dress for Black-Eyed Susan.
I have to thank Rent the Runway for this one because it's hard to find a good yellow dress with the right flowers and stuff. But Yeah, I thought I was going to
You
be
did
out
it.
there originally. Wasn't going to be out there. I was like, it works in studio too. And I am tracking a cloudy day. Happy to be in studio tracking some quiet weather for your Black-Eyed Susan Day. We have mid and upper 50s this morning, so kind of comfy to get things started. As we head through the rest of the afternoon, not bad. Maybe you want to knock out your exercise this morning before all the festivities get underway at Pimlico. It's just cloudy and comfortable, so mid 60s to actually start off your Friday. Now, we do have one little issue with our Preakness forecast, and that's a chance for some showers coming our way tomorrow. I've got an updated look at the timeline of that and how you can prepare in 10 minutes. Tom, Megan.
Thanks, Amy. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, we are getting reports of some emergency road work happening in Northeast. This is on 95 North. Take a look here. Our camera showing 2 right lanes closed after Maryland 272, causing major backups out there. We have traffic just inching through that area here this morning.
Well, happy Preakness weekend. And today we have the Black-Eyed Susan with Preakness Steaks happening. Obviously, you know this, tomorrow night.
Yeah, for a preview of all things Preakness, Olivia Dance is live at Pimlico all morning long. Olivia, what an exciting time. What's the atmosphere like right now?
Hey, Megan and Tom. Yeah, it's really exciting. Everyone is just getting ready for the big race today and tomorrow. I'm seeing lots of fascinators. I have mine on as well. So people are just excited. And actually right now we're by the stables. We've been here all morning, and we actually got here around 4 this morning. And the horses, they were already awake. They were already having breakfast, getting their baths and stretching, going on walks for the day. So that's just some of the preparations that they do to get ready for the race. There's also a lot of media here now. We've seen some of the horses that are running in Preakness, including Mage, the Kentucky Derby winner. When he was getting his bath, the media was just all here trying to get some photos and videos of him. So that's been pretty cool to see. But again, the Black-Eyed Susan race is happening this evening. Post time is set for just after 5:40, which is when the fillies will start. Now, Black-Eyed Susan is the Maryland State flower and the signature cocktail of Preakness. And then, of course, Saturday is the biggest event, which is Preakness. There are 8 horses competing in this year's Preakness Stakes, including Mage, as I mentioned, who is the Kentucky Derby winner and also a huge favorite. Now, the other horses racing are National Treasure, Chase the Chaos, Coffee with Chris, who's a local horse, Red Route 1, Perform, First Mission, and Blazing Sevens. And again, everyone is just excited and getting ready for the races, and preparations have been underway and they are still underway right now. So lots of excitement in the air. But for now, reporting live at Pimlico, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Oh, how exciting. Olivia, thank you so much. And if you are celebrating the Preakness Stakes this year, make sure to send us a picture or a video from Pimlico or at your at-home Preakness celebrations here. A lot of fun to be had. Just go to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in or scan that QR code that you see there on your screen.
8:03, now we want to go to a city in crisis. Baltimore City residents want to see change as the city surpasses 100 homicides.
We have Taylor Stewart joining us now with the demands from people to stop the historically violent trend. Taylor.
That's right. We spoke with a resident who's lived in Baltimore for over 40 years. She says the fabric of the city has just changed, and she'd like to see city leaders do more about crime. Now, in the Southwestern District, we checked, crime is down overall. We're talking about homicides and shootings. That area had 10 homicides, down from 15 the same time last year, a 33% drop, and 26 shootings this year, which from last year, that's 19% lower. We spoke to that longtime resident, Helen Howard, who says she's still fearful doing basic things like taking a walk.
I'm supposed to have exercises. I got a bad heart. And to come out here and walk, it's scary.
We need to certainly applaud the fact that at this very moment, we are doing better than we were last year. Before we start patting ourselves on the back, I think we need to also remember that historically, we have been at these numbers before and ended up with over 300 homicides at the end of the year.
Now, Mayor Brandon Scott continues to tout the city's crime reduction efforts, and based on the numbers on the Neighborhood Safety and Accountability Dashboard, shootings and homicides across the city are down overall, except for when it comes to juveniles. We'll obviously continue to stay on the crime crisis here in Baltimore City and bring you the very latest. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. And we do want to hear from you. Do you think there should be a special session to tackle the juvenile crime crisis? 57% of voters say no. You can head to foxbaltimore.com to weigh in.
A national nonprofit is pressuring mid-sized cities to address increasing crime. It's called Our America. The campaign is actually titled the Public Safety Equals Opportunity Initiative. And with the campaign, the group will ask elected officials to take legislative steps to try and lower the crime rates.
San Francisco, D.C., as well as New York City, they take up all the air from the conversation of a crime. We need to start talking about Tucson, Albuquerque, Memphis, Tennessee, all of these smaller cities that are equally important and are experiencing the same type of crime that's happening in some of the quote-unquote major cities in the U.S.
Now, Our America initiative was started by Gary Johnson, a Republican who is the former governor of New Mexico.
Another blow to the city's water infrastructure system. Topping our next half hour, the order mandates the EPA says the city violated.
A war in Ukraine casting a shadow over this year's G7 summit. The new sanctions on the way this morning.
And we are back in dry conditions on our drought monitor update. We could use some rain and we'll get a little bit over the weekend. I'll explain when that arrives and what that means for Preakness plans in a couple of minutes. It's 8:05. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
We want to take you live to Pimlico here on this Black-Eyed Susan Day. We have live team coverage all morning long from the track to the stands as the preparations get underway for Preakness weekend. Here we go.
And today not looking bad. Cloudy skies over the track right now. Dry start to begin. Clouds actually help us out a little bit, keeps our temperatures in check. We are looking at a mostly cloudy day ahead of us. Comfortable this afternoon for whatever you have planned, if that includes heading out to Black-Eyed Susan Day. You're in good shape. Low 70s on the way this afternoon. Now tomorrow's going to be a little warmer for actual Preakness, but it also comes with a chance for some showers. I've got an updated look at when the showers move in and how long they last in 10 minutes. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. From our live center this morning, we are watching for the latest developments in both Japan at the G7 summit and also Ukraine. This morning, we just learned that President Volodymyr Zelensky of Ukraine will be appearing in person there. G7 leaders unveiling a new round of sanctions meantime against Moscow with a renewed focus to enforce existing sanctions and hold people accountable for enforcing them. Russia is now the most sanctioned country in the world. U.S. officials say they plan to blacklist as many as 70 companies for selling restricted U.S. products to Russia, as well as cut off 300 individuals, entities, vessels, and aircrafts from the U.S. financial system. The other G7 nations are expected to announce similar sanctions over the weekend. Taking you live now to the White House, where officials there just announced an accounting error was made in military support to Ukraine. Get this, the Pentagon saying they overestimated at least $3 billion, meaning they spent $3 billion less than they originally thought. Right now, Defense Department officials are still working to find out exactly how much was spent. According to the Pentagon, the U.S. has in total committed more than $30.4 billion in security assistance to Ukraine since the beginning of the Biden administration. That's the latest from our live center. The Massachusetts Air National Guard member accused of leaking classified documents is back in court. After the break, what today's hearing will determine. Plus, early 1 million speed and red light cameras. Those tickets were issued just in Baltimore City last year. After the break, we're going to break down what that number means in terms of money paid to the city. It is 8:11 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
New numbers from OpenTheBooks.com gives new insight on the 2022 speed and red light camera tickets issued by Baltimore City. This morning, Adam Andrzejewski, CEO of OpenTheBooks.com, joining us live with his findings. Adam, I may have contributed to some of those tickets there. How many were issued last year, minus mine?
Well, for the first time on a trailing 12-month period, the city of Baltimore, we estimate, has issued 1 million speed and red light camera tickets. So Baltimore is becoming a speed trap, a red light camera trap for regular people. The total revenues on this add up to over $22 million in the last calendar year of 2022.
Adam, are we seeing that is actually making cities safer? Is this worth it for the benefit of the drivers on the road?
Well, we're not sure about that. We didn't go into the driver safety tickets. Now, on the interstate is racking up, the two cameras on Interstate 83, they're racking up a lot of tickets. We estimate in the course of the last 12 months, they racked up nearly 500,000 tickets just from those two cameras on Interstate 83. Now, when the city last reported on whether the speed of the drivers were increasing or decreasing, whether the tickets were having an impact on the speeds out there, they disclosed that the average speed of a ticket dropped by only a half of 1 mile per hour. So when you ask about, if there's been an increase in public safety, their own data on Interstate 83 in the early months of that program, it wasn't showing a significant impact.
That's surprising. I thought that maybe it would, try to change behavior here. Certainly bringing in some money. You mentioned $22 million. There's 300 cameras around the city. Adam, how does this break down? Let's talk about the money and where it's coming from.
So the top 7 speed cameras issued more than 10,000 tickets last year, up to 17,000 tickets. It's like the intersection at 2700 Glen Falls Parkway on the westbound, 17,100 speed tickets issued last year. Your top 4 out of your top 5 locations on red light cameras, they racked up over 4,000 citations apiece. And the top location was in the 1500 South MLK Jr. Boulevard, southbound at Washington Boulevard. So avoid those two spots, Alan. Avoid those two spots.
So, Adam, the other question is, are people paying these tickets? Is that indicated here when you looked into the numbers?
Yeah, the city discloses that only half of the people actually pay their ticket.
Wow.
So think about that. You've got honest, hardworking people, 1 out of every 2 of them that are paying for this entire program. The other half, 45%, never pay their ticket according to the city disclosures. And so those people are the gotaways. They're not paying their tickets. And look, there's a lack of ramification here. There's no points assessed against your license. Your insurance is not noticed. And furthermore, as juxtaposition against parking tickets, if you have 3 parking tickets, you can get booted. That's not the same with speed and red light camera tickets.
Really? Very interesting. Adam, thank you for shedding light on some of these numbers. We appreciate all your work.
Thank you.
Very interesting. All right, 8:17 here. Big weekend here in Baltimore. Meteorologist Amy Aronson with a look at our forecast, both for today and for Preakness. And this is really interesting too, Amy.
Yeah, this is interesting stuff. This takes a look back at all the prior Preakness years. The hottest was actually in 1962, a very toasty 98 degrees that year. The coolest, based on the high temperature, low 50s, that was in 2003. The coldest, based on the low temperatures, a frigid 39 degrees to start things off Preakness morning in 1947. And the wettest, the rainiest, was in 1885 with over an inch of rain. This year actually puts us pretty close to average. Our average high for Preakness around 74, average low at 55. Starting off a little gray and gloomy this morning for Black-Eyed Susan Day. We're looking at clouds draped over Towson, keeping our temperatures on the mild side. Mid-50s, upper 50s, low 60s right now in all the spots on this board. We are tracking a weather maker to our south. That's this coastal area of low pressure. That's what's shoving the clouds our way today. The weather maker that brings us the rain, that's to our west. That's a cold front pushing through Chicago this morning. That's going to arrive here for Preakness plans tomorrow. And Future Scan shows that. Shows we don't see any rain from that coastal system, just some clouds today. The rain will come from that cold front pushing in from the west, sends us that skinny line of showers tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow evening. It is brief. Looks like we could see showers lingering, though, for post time around 7 o'clock, and then we will dry things out for Sunday. Maybe your weekend plans just include some yard work or some gardening. I know that's on my list of things to do. We've got a pretty nice weekend for it. Mostly cloudy, comfy today, low 70s, mid 70s tomorrow with that chance for showers, mainly just during the late afternoon, early evening hours. And then after that, the sun is back out in full force on Sunday. Sunday's going to be a beautiful day with high temperatures warming up and actually nearing 80 degrees. And beyond that, rain chance tomorrow, really no rain at all in our 7-day forecast. Upper 70s will follow on Sunday. We're close to 80 by Monday, nice and warm on Monday, mid 70s Tuesday and Wednesday. Looks like we will stay dry and rain-free all the way through next Thursday with highs in the upper 70s. And remember, you can always use that QR code you see at your bottom of your 7-day forecast if you want to use it, especially for weather updates tomorrow at Pimlico. It will direct you right to our WBFF weather app, and you can get all these weather updates there too. Megan?
All right, Amy, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network here, we've got emergency road work. We've been mentioning this. This is in Northeast, causing a major, huge slowdown. This is 95 northbound, taking a live look right there. You can see 2 right lanes closed. This is after Maryland 727. Our camera showing cars just barely moving. We were inching. Now we are, stop and go traffic out there this morning. You can see the red indicated on the map here of how far this is extending. Avoid this if you can. Otherwise, extra time certainly needed through that area. Let's go ahead and take a live look now from our traffic photojournalist Graham this morning. He is outside of City Hall for National Bike to Work Day. Mayor Brandon Scott will be joining Lieutenant Governor Aruna Miller here momentarily. You can see the podiums and things getting set up outside there this morning.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by First.
Wait for it. Once you hear the bugles, you know it's time. It is your chance to take in the second leg of the Triple Crown for free. The Preakness is happening this Saturday. That is tomorrow, and you can win 4 tickets to that race. Just call 410-469-8308. The 10th caller wins. Today is the last day we're giving away tickets on Fox 45 Morning News.
And coming up, as we prepare for the Preakness, we'll tap into the rich history and something that happens every year at the Preakness you may or may not know about. That's coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
The EPA citing the city of Baltimore. The concerns with your drinking water just ahead. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
It is Black-Eyed Susan Day and the start of Preakness weekend. There is so much to see, so much to experience at Pimlico. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark live from the grandstands with more, and it looks like he's done eating. What are you up to now, Mark?
So I'm with the legend. Dick Hageman is with me. He's an artist. He's the weatherman artist. So when the race ends, we have a winner, and then Dick goes to work on that weather vane right over there, if you can see it. So Dick, tell us what happens after the race.
As soon as the race ends, we go up in a lift and have all our paints ready. And as soon as it's official, we start painting the silks. I try to get one side done quick so NBC can see it on camera, because the trophy presentation is actually going on while we're painting.
Wow.
So I try to get it done by about the time they're being presented the Woodlawn vase.
And so on that, what do we see? What colors do we see, and what's on the?
We paint the jockey silks, which is from their neck to their waist, which are registered to the owner of the horse.
Awesome.
So every owner has their own specific silks, and we have images of them so we can get an idea of what we're going to do. Still have to look down and see what they're wearing, because sometimes they'll change silks at the last minute.
So Dick, thank you so much, guys. Get a look at this face right here, this man right here. That's a lot of pressure, right?
It is.
Almost as much pressure that I face every morning on this show.
Oh, not that
much. So guys, you just met a legend, and when you see that after the win, you'll say, I know this guy. So it's amazing. Thanks for all you do, my friend.
Thanks, Mark.
The man behind the art and the tradition. Really cool. Mark, thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
Today, as you mentioned, we could see a little bit of clouds out there, some sun maybe poking through. Meteorologist Amy Aronson taking a look at your Preakness Stakes forecast. Your time now is 8:26, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back, and we are on the edge of our seats here. We are just getting word from producers. We have breaking news out at Pimlico. A horse has scratched.
Yes. In fact, we have Olivia Dance that's been out there. We're going to check in with her in just a little bit, find out exactly, because there's only a field of 8.
Now down to 7, apparently. Well, we'll find out for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for waking up with us. It's Friday, May 19th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers. It could be Black-Eyed Susan Day. We're hearing Preakness, but it could be Black-Eyed Susan, that race, which has 12 horses in the field.
That's a good point.
Yeah, but we'll find out. We're not sure yet. We're still waiting to get that verified here. But in the meantime, we got to find out exactly what the weather's going to be like when you're heading out to all the races that are happening. There's like, what, 15 or 16 races happening today and tomorrow?
So much happening. Yeah.
Tomorrow, just 15 in tomorrow alone.
Just tomorrow.
Yep.
First one, 10:30, and all the way through.
And then, and there's 2 more after the Preakness.
Too much. Yeah, a lot happening. Plus all the festivities out there, of course, concerts and parties and events too. So lots happening at Pimlico over the next 2 days. Weather is going to be key. I'm happy to say today we're in good shape. Upper 50s to near 60 to start. It's comfy if you're headed out there shortly. It is cloudy to begin. Maybe you're just getting the kids off to school. Mostly cloudy for that too. Upper 60s by lunchtime. Low 70s to wrap up this day. Now tomorrow we are tracking that chance for showers, at least briefly. But timing swimming is going to be a big deal. I've got an updated look at that in 10 minutes. Megan?
That sounds good. Amy, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, we want to go back out to the major issue out there. Emergency road work in Northeast still causing the major slowdown. This is 95 northbound. Again, there's 2 right lanes closed after Maryland 727. You can see the cars just stop and go through that area here at this hour. Happy Preakness weekend. Today we have Black-Eyed Susan Day, go figure, at the Pimlico, and then, of course, Preakness Stakes tomorrow.
Yeah, and for a preview of all things happening and even some breaking news this morning, Olivia Dance joining us live from Pimlico with her Fascinator on, and tell us what happened, who scratched.
Yeah, hey, Megan and Tom. Yeah, Fascinator is on. We're ready to go. We're actually by the stables here, and we've been watching the horses as they've been getting ready to go out onto the track. But yeah, there's some breaking news here, so I want to go ahead and bring in Zoe. She is a horse racing host. Thank you so much for joining us.
It's great to be here.
So yeah, we know that there were going to be 8 horses participating in Preakness. Now there's only 7. Can you tell us what happened? What do you know?
Well, trainer Brad Cox has been working with the first veterinary team all week long to try and diagnose a hind end issue with First Mission. They've not been able to diagnose it. They're going to send him for further tests. The horse is absolutely fine. He's just not quite ready to run in the Preakness, so First Mission has been officially scratched by Godolphin. We'll see him further down the line, and this is something that First Racing has been working very, very hard with. The safety of the horse comes utmost. It is the one and only thing we really care about, more so than the people. We worry about the horses. So he's out. We still have 7 more, and it's going to be an absolutely terrific race.
Absolutely. Yeah, I know that the safety and the health of the horse is so important. I'm curious, because you're an expert in all of this, does that happen often? Do horses often scratch right before a race like this?
They have to pass stringent veterinary exams, and with multiple vets looking at horses. So, I mean, this is the Olympics of our sport. We want everything to go right, and if you're coughing or sneezing or something, then you're not right on the day. You might be right tomorrow, but you're not right today. So we're doing our utmost to protect the horse, the bettors, the gamblers, and everyone involved. So he will not go. We have 7 more. We have Mage right over here behind us. He's already been out this morning and had his little warm up, and
we've seen all that. We saw him getting his baths and stuff. And I wanted to talk to you about Mage, because as you mentioned, he's right behind us here. Can you tell us a little bit about the stall that he's in, because I know it's special?
It's traditional. Every Derby winner goes in stall 40 at the Preakness. The Preakness is my favorite event. All the horses are stabled in 2 barns here.
Okay.
Most racetracks, the horses are stabled in the trainer's own barns. Here they come into the stakes barn at Pimlico. There's a lot of camaraderie. Everyone gets together. The Derby's very stressful. The Preakness is fun.
I can imagine.
And that's what we're all about, is having a little bit of fun, the second jewel. It's my favorite place to be of all the 3 races.
Absolutely. Just one more question for you. Obviously, the Black-Eyed Susan race is happening later this afternoon. Who's your favorite for that?
Well, Fazer is undefeated and untested. She's 5 for 5 for Hall of Famer Bob Baffert. I think he's looking to win his 8th rendition of the race. A lot of people saying, who does she beat? She beat everyone she had to beat. So she's going to be the favorite and the filly to beat. If you're looking for a little bit of value, perhaps take a look at Balpool, drawn right to her inside. She's a bit of a long shot in there, but Fazer's the queen, and it's her race to lose.
All right, well, we'll have to keep an eye out for that. Thank you so much for speaking with us. You have a lot of great information, and thanks for updating us on that breaking update here. So we'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Olivia, thank you. And that's big news. I mean, First Mission, 5-2 odds. Many people had him to place in the Preakness.
All the headlines have been talking about horses that have had injuries. So as you just heard her right there, talking about the doctor saying, you know what? Yeah, the health and the safety of the horses first now. And,
certainly.
So that's good to hear that they're worried about the horse.
Well,
most important.
We'd love to see how you're celebrating all things Preakness, whether you're standing next to a horse, whether you've got a Fascinator on at home or at Pimlico. Send us a picture or a video. All you have to do is head to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, or you can scan that QR code that is right there on your screen.
Now to a city in crisis as the EPA is condemning Baltimore's leadership for their handling of the E. coli contamination and other crises, saying that the city didn't comply with the Safe Water Drinking Act.
Taylor Stewart is live with the ultimatum from the EPA. Taylor.
Well, that's right. Now, the EPA is saying the city of Baltimore is in violation of the Safe Drinking Water Act. This is with respect to 2 reservoirs serving major parts of Baltimore. Lake Ashburn and Druid Hill Park, there are 2 construction projects that are ongoing and have been ongoing for quite some time now. They're trying to put underwater drinking tanks underground. Both projects have been delayed several times, and according to the EPA, the city is now in violation of federal law. The EPA's latest order mandates the city to complete both projects by the end of 2023. It also requires the city to contract with a lab to test for various parasites and contaminants until the tank projects are complete.
Well, I think it's poor management on all levels. There are people who exploited the requirements by EPA to do a lot of other things, and that may be one of the reasons why this thing is taking so long.
Now, the delays at this project at the Druid Hill Park and the Lake Ashburn site, they're not the only issues Baltimore's had with respect to safe drinking water. 8 months ago, there was an E. coli outbreak outside of a fire station. It resulted in thousands of people without drinking water. And then last Labor Day, water in West Baltimore was rendered unsafe. The city had to open several sites to pass out water so folks could actually get something to drink. Now, this order will be, it's required to be notified by city officials. We'll let you know when they make that information public. That's the latest here in Baltimore, though. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Developing now, Aberdeen police need your help identifying the thief who is stealing catalytic converters from cars. Take a good look at this flyer here. It's a little blurry, but what you're seeing there is a photo of a vehicle that is believed to be driven by the thief. Anyone with information is asked to call police.
Well, today in Baltimore, the city is hosting a hiring event. 17 different agencies will be participating, and it starts in about an hour and a half at 10 o'clock and goes until 3. Before attending, you must complete an application.
And Baltimore County Public Schools is welcoming its new superintendent after approval from the state. Dr. Miriam Yarborough's 4-year contract begins July 1st.
From the Live Center, the Massachusetts Air National Guard member accused of leaking classified documents is due back in court to face a judge this afternoon. This is 21-year-old Jack Teixeira. He's charged with sharing secret military information on the war in Ukraine and other top national security issues. Today's hearing will determine if he remains in custody while awaiting trial or if he's allowed to stay at his father's home in Massachusetts. Pardon me. In newly filed court documents, we've learned that this morning Teixeira's superiors caught him taking notes on classified information or viewing intelligence unrelated to his job months before he was arrested, and more than once. Now, he was admonished 3 times last year in September and October, and again this year in February, just 2 months before the leak blew up and he was arrested in April. The Justice Department and Air Force are now investigating why Teixeira had access in the first place and why it wasn't revoked when he was caught the first time. Today's court hearing is at 3:30 in Worcester, Massachusetts. That's the latest from our Live Center.
Baltimore City residents are calling for change as the city surpasses 100 homicides. In our next half hour, how leaders are addressing the historically violent trend. And temperatures are spring-like today, hitting the 70s. Still to come, meteorologist Amy Aronson taking a look at how the next weather maker could impact your Preakness forecast. It's 8:38 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Taking a live look from the track right here at Pimlico on Black Eyed Susan Day. We have live team coverage all morning long from the track and to the stands as preparations for Preakness are underway. And we just heard First Mission is scratched from tomorrow night Preakness race, leaving 7 now horses in the field.
And it's 8:41 on this Black-Eyed Susan Day. We are looking at a mostly cloudy and comfortable day ahead of us. Low humidity, low 70s today. I'm tracking our next weather maker tomorrow, and that's going to send us a chance for some late day showers. Otherwise, it's warm with highs headed for the mid-70s. If you are headed out to Preakness this weekend or Black-Eyed Susan Day today, we want to see your pics. Send them to us, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. More toxic BPAs are being found in popular athletic clothes. How regular wear of these items could lead to some health problems. Astronauts fight for their space budget right outside of the Capitol. After the break, reaction from lawmakers. 8:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. (8:44) and making your headlines this Friday morning. New video is being released in New Mexico following Monday's mass shooting that left 3 elderly women dead, 6 others wounded. We want to warn you, some of the footage you may find disturbing. Now, this doorbell camera footage shows the neighborhood where a high school student just started opening fire. You can see a white van with a door open go by from the shooting to the, and you'll see that pass in just a little bit. Other vehicles drove into the line of fire where you can see them trying to just turn around. 18-year-old shooter can be heard yelling to police, "Come kill me." Officer body camera footage shows them rushing towards the shooter, eventually shooting and killing him.
He's making a stand, and he has opportunities to run off. He does not use those opportunities. So yes, it's my belief that ultimately in his head, he has made a decision that he's going to stand and fight it out until he's killed.
Well, 2 officers were among the wounded. All the injured victims have been treated and released from the hospital. Police say and they'll release additional footage next week after the involved officers give their official statements. New body camera video is also being released in Atlanta from officers who responded to last month's deadly shooting at a medical center in Midtown. 1 woman was killed, 4 others were injured when a man began shooting inside the Northside Medical May 3rd. The body camera shows officers sweeping the building looking for the gunman who ran after opening fire. Now, the police later arresting 24-year-old Dion Patterson in Cobb County. Patterson's mother, who went with her son to the medical building, says that he was there for treatment because he suffers from mental health issues. Well, topping your consumer news, a watchdog group is once again warning individuals about a potential health risk found in some sports bras and athletic wear brands. The Center for Environmental Health says that it tested more athletic wear brands, including Nike, Champion, Adidas, for the toxic chemical known as BPA. Levels up to 40 times the safe limit were found in sports bras, leggings, shorts, and shirts, all by those brands. BPA is linked to serious health effects such as asthma and cardiovascular disease. Researchers say ongoing exposure could lead to greater health concern. Taking you live this morning to, you see it right here behind me this morning. It's kind of foggy in California. You can make it out. There's Hollywood signs there, but it's difficult at 5:47 in the morning. This is where the writers' strike continues in Hollywood. Deadline says that the strike led by the Writers Guild of America is costing the state's economy $30 million per day in lost studio output. The Guild's negotiating committee warning Hollywood studios a long strike could put them at risk of losing funds that, quote, would far outweigh the cost of settling. The WGA also saying that the proposals on the table at contract expiration May 1st would cost the industry collectively $429 million per year. Around 11,000 film and TV writers have been on strike since May 2nd as they are fighting for an increase in pay and residuals for the streaming content. 8:48 and trending now, NASA Administrator Bill Nelson is hoping to keep the space agency's budget off the chopping block. He held a media briefing right outside the Capitol building to highlight the upcoming Artemis II mission, which aims to send 4 astronauts around the moon and back. He also underlined the number of jobs the space agency produces. This after Senate lawmakers grilled him Tuesday about $27 billion budget that NASA is requesting for next year.
The kind of cuts that you have seen talked about would be devastating to NASA, to our programs, and indeed, what you're being presented with today, a crew that is taking us back to the moon after a half a century.
Well, during the hearing, Republican Senators Ted Cruz and Eric Schmidt accusing NASA of spending way too much on climate change and diversity policies. But Nelson defended the budget as necessary to compete with China's space program. Well, 8:49 is the time on this Friday morning, and it's not a bad start outside especially if you're getting ready to go Black-Eyed Susan Day. We have meteorologist Amy Aronson looking at the forecast. And Amy, you've been reminding people all morning long, if you are heading out to Preakness, you may want to grab an extra item.
Yeah, a rain jacket. Great idea. You can't bring umbrellas out there, so remember that tomorrow. We are checking a brief chance for some showers. At least today you're in good shape. You can wear all the pretty dresses and the suits today if you're headed out to Black-Eyed Susan Day. We're starting off at 60 degrees. A little cool this morning, but this afternoon feels nice with highs headed for the low and mid 70s. I am tracking a few showers tomorrow. Far from a washout, could be much worse, but we will see at least a little bit of rain before the day is over. At least both weekend days look nice and warm. We've got 2 weather makers we're keeping an eye on. One is to our south, sitting offshore the Carolinas. That's going to barrel up the east coast, pushing some clouds our way today. Rain shouldn't be an issue from that system. What we're tracking rain from is this cold front to our west. That's going to push in today, sending us that chance for showers come tomorrow for Preakness festivities. So let's time it out. Today we're just looking at more clouds than sun, with highs ending up in the low 70s this afternoon. Low to mid 70s actually before the day is over. As we get into the weekend, we cloud up our skies even more. We're in the mid and upper 50s Saturday morning. As we head through the afternoon, some breaks in the clouds. We warm up into the upper 70s, but then here comes that skinny line of showers rushing in from the west. Latest update shows showers now lingering through post time at 7 o'clock, so that would be a little messy for the actual rays, but it looks like rain not all day, and it clears out shortly after that Saturday night. So for today, you don't have to worry about rain or rain jackets. Low 70s this afternoon with more clouds than sun. We're in good shape for grilling or fire pit plans tonight. Temperatures will be backing off into the 60s, eventually low 60s before the night is over. And then for Preakness tomorrow, more clouds than sun again, with that chance for some showers throughout the day. So just have the rain jacket with you just in case. We've got low 70s that will take us through much of the afternoon. So we are looking at a nice dry day today, perfect for Black-Eyed Susan races. Tomorrow, not so perfect. We do have that brief chance for some showers. But by Sunday, the sun is back out. We're back up up to 78 degrees and then near 80 on Monday. Temperatures will be hanging out in the mid-70s Tuesday and Wednesday, and we stay dry through next Thursday with highs in the upper 70s. Now let's take a look at the view through your window. Here's Bruno Mars, actually. I figured this was kind of appropriate. I want to thank Dorothy for this picture of her cat soaking up the sunshine. And we want to see the view through your window. Just go over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, or scan the QR code right there on your screen. Tom?
All right, thank you, Amy. And now to your Lynn Solar Traffic Network. Reports of an incident in Halethorpe, and you can see the slowdown there. We have what it's saying here, it's major slowdowns northbound, 3 vehicles involved. This is 95 north, right near the Baltimore Beltway. So that's slowing you down. There's one incident in Lithcomb Heights. There's not causing any delay there, but also the other last one that we have is northbound lanes 895 when you're going through the Harbor Tunnel. There's some slowdowns, and that was the residual of a disabled vehicle a little while ago. But still, some incidents south of the city that you need to be careful if you're heading out on your morning commute. A new feature now is coming to Apple Music users. How listeners are going to soon be able to find local shows more easily. The countdown to Preakness is almost over. All morning long, right here on Fox 45 Morning News, we have live team coverage of the preparations underway as the Black-Eyed Susan Day is underway from the track and from the stables. And speaking of the horses, I'm rooting for the local teams. Cats in the Timmer running in the Black-Eyed Susan today, and then Coffee with Chris running tomorrow in the Preakness. Speaking of coffee, I bet you Chris will join me right now and enjoy a coffee break. Well, topping your morning business report this Friday morning, chat bots are going mobile. OpenAI, popular chatbot ChatGPT, now available on the Apple App Store. The app is free, but users have the option to pay for the premium version of the chat bot, which has more features. OpenAI says the app will also be available on Android devices in the future. And more good news for Apple users. Music fans of the hunt for their favorite types of live music and artists are getting some new help from the company. Apple is rolling out a new feature by way of its maps and music apps that helps people find local shows. Apple Music users will find a new set list section in the app's Browse tab. The feature will show users and artists' upcoming shows. It will also allow users to listen to set lists. The Apple Maps feature will have more than 40 curated guides pointing out some of the best live music venues. Feature is only available in some cities, including New York, Chicago, and Los Angeles. A fitness product maker says it plans to release a new safety measure for one of its recalled workout machines. The Consumer Product Safety Commission announcing it approved a repair for the Peloton Tread Plus treadmill. Now, the rear safety guard will be offered free of charge later this year to people who own the machine. The CPSC says that the new safety guard has a, quote, breakaway design that pivots away from the treadmill when a person or an object touches it. And customers can register in advance with Peloton to receive those rear guards. Now it's time for America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
Hey everybody, we all spend a lot of our lives in our cars. And wouldn't you like that time that you do spend here to be as safe as possible? It's scary to think about, but there are over 6 million car accidents each year in the U.S., and that's a huge number. But one of the ways we can find peace of mind is through how we protect ourselves. This is the Minolta dash cam. Now, if you're ever involved in a car accident, you could have supporting evidence at your fingertips. Think about that. This camera comes with a windshield mount, and it's really easy to set up. It has a wide angle and tiltable lens, and it uses HD video, so it won't miss anything going on in front of you, including license plate numbers. It also has this large screen, so you can actually see the footage that you record. And the most important part of the camera is the G sensor, which will automatically detect a collision and make sure it gets recorded. Now, beyond accidents, think about the added security of having a camera like this in your car. Break-ins, road rage, unsafe parking lots. Think of this like a security camera for your car that you can feel good about. We are offering a special offer right now. Get one for yourself. Think about getting one for your kid going away to school, elderly parents, anyone you want to keep safe. Take advantage of this deal. Go to asadeals.com.
Get ready because today is the Black-Eyed Susan race. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll take you live to Pimlico and tell you about all the festivities that this weekend has to offer.
Crime across the city is down, but one resident says she just still doesn't feel safe. Hear from the woman who's lived here for 40 years who says the fabric of the city has changed.
And we're off to a cloudy and comfortable start this morning, but I am tracking a weather maker this weekend. I've got the updated scoop on when we'll see some showers from that in a couple of minutes.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Taking you back live to Pimlico this morning. Do you feel that excitement? We've got Preakness tomorrow, media from all over the country lining those gates at the stables there. Obviously, Black-Eyed Susan Day getting underway here momentarily. We're going to check back in with Olivia Danson in just a few minutes. We also have Mark Clark joining us out there. Live team coverage for you, getting you ready.
Yeah, that's right. And thank you for joining us Friday, May 19th. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Megan Gilland, and this is what it's all about. This is so great for Baltimore to have all this attention on Preakness.
And we had the breaking news just a little while ago, about a half hour ago, when Olivia told us that we had first mission scratching from Preakness tomorrow. So now it's a field of 7. I know. It's a big change here for anybody that's out there maybe putting a wager on. Or maybe, you know what, you're just going out there and you're like, I like the name First Mission, right?
That's how I pick when I bet on horses.
Coffee with Chris and Cats in the Timber. I mean, how can you not bet on Black-Eyed Susan this morning? And they're both local.
Yeah, and
Cats in the
both
Timber
sound like winners.
Yes.
They both sound like winners to me. We are winning weather-wise today, not so much tomorrow. Rain might get in the way, so maybe look up what horses do well in muddy conditions because we are tracking some showers by post time. This morning, though, we're in good shape. Upper 50s, low 60s, cloudy skies to start things off today. Today, if you're squeezing in that run, that jog, gearing up for a busy weekend, you're in good shape. This morning's nice and comfy out there. Temperatures will stay in the 60s all the way through lunchtime. Upper 60s at that point with more clouds than sun. Now, come tomorrow, we are tracking that chance for some showers, and timing is far from ideal. I've got an updated look at the timeline of the rain for tomorrow in just about 10 minutes. Tom?
Thank you, Amy. Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and the reports mainly. You can see the camera right there, the traffic delays and some of the shots around the area. This is in Halethorpe. This is 95 North, right at exit 49 or 695's Beltway when you get off there. So if you're traveling north to go through Halethorpe before you get to 695, 3 vehicles involved, and there's some slowdowns there. Then you have to go all the way up to northeast. On 95 North, there's a construction zone there. That's also causing some major delays northbound 95 right before you head into Delaware.
It is Black-Eyed Susan Day. As we mentioned, the stage is set, and we are getting you in the mood for Preakness Steaks tomorrow.
That's right. In fact, we have team coverage for you this morning, live from Pimlico. Here in just about 15 minutes, Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark will be joining us from the grandstands at Pimlico, share more about what to wear when you head out to the grandstands.
But as promised, we want to get right to Olivia Dance in the stables. How's it going, Olivia?
Hey, Megan and Tom, it's going good. I have my fascinator on. I'm ready to go, and the horses are ready too. They've been up and at it since about 4 this morning. They've been stretched. They've been walking around. They already ate. They've gotten a couple baths as well, so it's been pretty cool to see that. But of course, obviously, the horses are the star of the show this weekend. But this weekend also has a lot more to offer than just that. So I want to go ahead and bring in Tanya Miller from the mayor's office. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, good morning.
All right, so there's obviously there's food, there's horse racing, there's music, but there's also art. So tell us about the art garden that's going to be here this weekend.
We're really excited. The Mayor's Office of Arts and Culture helped to curate the art garden, which is 4 shipping containers. Each are themed differently.
Cool.
4 different artists came together to sort of as a collaborative effort to design the art garden. So we're really excited to bring that to the festival this season.
And how did the mayor's office get involved with all that?
So we lent oversight, professional oversight, and really helped to curate what the design would look like and made selections of the artists that participated.
So there's 4 different designs, right? Can you tell us about those designs, you know, what they look like? Because the art garden is actually in the Infield Fest, so we can't see it here.
Yeah, so it really, we wanted to have a community feel. So there's a young woman with a bright smile. There's also a raven on one of them. And so the idea is to donate the shipping containers to the community, to the Park Heights community after the festival, after the Preakness is over, as a way of placemaking and beautification of neighborhoods.
So it's a win-win for everyone, because I was going to ask you where the artwork goes after Preakness, but it's going to be scattered all throughout Baltimore.
So to have a lasting effect in the neighborhoods and really bringing community to the Preakness, and also taking the Preakness to the community, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, that's fascinating.
Through art.
And how did you find these artists? Are they local artists?
They're all local artists, muralists, and some of them are, you know, visual painters. But they really, the lead curator, Jazz Ehrenberg, really was helpful in helping to bring this collective of artists together, and we're really excited about the collaboration.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go check that out. I know that we were there earlier in the week and it looks beautiful, so thank you so much for speaking with us. And yeah, guys, there's so much more to offer this weekend. We have art, obviously art, food, music, and then of course horse racing. So make sure you're coming out to Preakness, but I'll send it back to you guys.
And the fashion.
Oh yeah, I mean the Fascinator right there, and we're going to be talking about some more fashion.
We have the
Beautiful.
Yeah,
they both look great. Well, with the Preakness Stakes rolling background, it's a big weekend for Baltimore businesses.
It is. We're talking millions, not just the race attracting people from all over our country. Bruno Mars headlining this year's concert right at Pimlico's infield.
Economists say that Preakness could bring in about $50 million, not just for the greater Baltimore region, but for the state this year.
A lot of interest this year. Again, there's this focus among many people that they want to have more experiences. This is the second jewel of the Triple Crown, and we have the Kentucky Derby winner racing in this race, so that adds to the intrigue. And so I think you are going to see a lot of people there.
Well, make sure you send us a picture or video from Pimlico or your at-home Preakness celebrations. Just head over to foxbaltimore.com/chime in. You can scan that QR code you see right there on your screen, and it will take you right there. Now to a city in crisis. Baltimore City residents want to see change as the city passes 100 homicides. In fact, Taylor Stewart is joining us now with the demands from people to stop historically violent trend. Taylor.
We spoke with a longtime resident, a woman who's lived here for over 40 years, and she says the overall crime picture the city's painting does not mirror her own reality. In the Southwest District, shootings and homicides are down. From this time last year, we've seen a 33% drop. There have been 26 shootings in the district this year, which is down from 32 in 2022. That's a 19% drop. Resident Helen Howard, though, says she's still fearful doing basic things like taking a walk.
I'm supposed to have exercises. I got a bad heart. And to come out here and walk, it's scary.
We need to certainly applaud the fact that at this very moment, we are doing better than we were last year. Before we start patting ourselves on the back, I think we need to also remember that historically, we have been at these numbers before and ended up with over 300 homicides at the end of the year.
Mayor Brandon Scott continues to tout the city's crime reduction efforts, and based on the Neighborhood Accountability Safety Dashboard, shootings and homicides are down year over year. That is except when it comes to juveniles. Of course, we'll continue to stay on top of the crime crisis in Baltimore City and bring you the very latest. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. And we do want to hear from you. Do you think there should be a special session to tackle the juvenile crime crisis? So far, you can see 52% of those who have responded say no. Just head to foxbaltimore.com to weigh in on this.
National nonprofit is pressuring mid-sized cities to address the increasing crime. It's called Our America. The campaign is actually titled the Public Safety Equals Opportunity Initiative. And with the campaign, the group will ask elected officials to take legislative steps to try and lower the crime rates.
San Francisco, D.C., as well as New York City, they take up all the air from the conversation of a crime. We need to start talking about Tucson, Albuquerque, Memphis, Tennessee, all of these smaller cities that are equally important and are experiencing the same type of crime that's happening in some of the quote-unquote major cities in the U.S.
Our America initiative was started by Gary Johnson, Republican, who is the former governor of New Mexico. 9:08 and turning now to counties under pressure. Baltimore County Police need your help finding a burglary suspect. Officials say the surveillance video shows the suspect moments before he broke into a residence in the unit block of Hilltop Road in Towson. Take a moment to look at your screen. The suspect is also believed to be responsible for 2 other first-degree burglaries in that same area. If you have any information on this suspect, you're asked to contact detectives. That number is right there on your screen, 410-307-2020.
In Harford County, the Aberdeen Police Department needs your help identifying the thief who is stealing catalytic converters from cars.
The department releasing this flyer with a grainy video of the vehicle. Now, they say this is the vehicle they believe was driven by the thief. Police are asking anyone with information on this vehicle or any of the robberies to contact them. That number in Harford County is 410-272-2121, and you can remain anonymous. 9:09 from the Live Center. The Massachusetts Air National Guard member accused of leaking classified documents is due back in court to face a judge this afternoon. This is 21-year-old Jack Teixeira, and he is charged with sharing secret military information on the war in Ukraine and other top national security issues, and he posted it on social media. Today's hearing will determine if he remains in custody while awaiting trial or is allowed to stay at his father's home in Massachusetts. Now, the newly filed court documents we're learning this morning show that Teixeira's superiors caught him taking notes on classified information or viewing intelligence unrelated to his job months before he was arrested. And they caught him more than once. He was admonished 3 times last year in September and October, and again this year in February. That's just 2 months before the leak blew up and he was arrested in April. The Justice Department and the Air Force are now investigating why Teixeira had access in the first place and why it wasn't revoked when he was caught the first time. Today's court hearing is at 3:30 in Worcester, Massachusetts. That's the latest from our Live Center.
All right, Tom, thank you. It is 9:10, and we do want to get another check of our forecast. Meteorologist Amy Aronson here with what we can expect heading into the weekend.
Yeah, plan on cloudy skies this morning, upper 50s to start. We are looking at more clouds than sun throughout the day today with improving temperatures. We should end up actually in the low to mid 70s by the afternoon. Now it's tomorrow that I'm tracking our next weather maker and our next chance for some rain. I've got an updated look at exactly when the showers arrive and what that means for Preakness tomorrow in just about 10 minutes. Tom, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you. The EPA is condemning Baltimore's handling of the E. coli contamination and other crises. In our next half hour, the ultimatum from the EPA.
Plus, elsewhere across the country, a hearing over the weaponization of the government descends into chaos. In our next half hour, the conflicts of transparency between Republicans and Democrats. 9/11's the time. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Developing news here this morning. President Biden is in Hiroshima, Japan, taking part in the G7 summit. And we learned there will be a special guest attending this year.
Christine Frizzell is live in Washington, D.C. this morning with the latest. Christine.
That's right, Megan and Tom. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky will arrive there in person later this weekend and is expected to ask for more support, more arms, and more aid from the world's wealthiest democracies. Now, right now, President Zelensky is actually in Saudi Arabia attending an Arab League summit with meetings scheduled with the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman and others. Now, this is pretty remarkable if you think about it, considering he spent most of the past year living and working out of a bomb shelter. Now, his visit to the G7 comes as President Biden and other top allies are meeting to discuss important issues that impact those countries, the threat of China, and of course, Russia's invasion of Ukraine. New sanctions against Russia have already been announced, targeting its lucrative diamond industry. Megan and Tom.
Christine, this meeting overseas certainly happening as continued talks play out here at home on the fight to raise the debt ceiling. What is the latest on negotiations? Any progress?
Yeah, you know, it actually seems like progress is being made. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy sounding upbeat and positive, not only about the discussions, but even about people President Biden handpicked to take part in the negotiations. Now, to our knowledge, at this hour, no deal has been reached, but both sides appear willing to budge and give a little. Still, some more progressive Democratic senators don't want the negotiations to continue, instead calling on President Biden to use the 14th Amendment, which forbids the U.S. from defaulting, and not give in to any House demands. Conservative House Freedom Caucus members also say the negotiating should stop until the Senate passes its House bill. But this is usually what compromise looks like here on Capitol Hill.
Well, national correspondent Christine Frizzell live from Capitol Hill. Thank you. Trending this morning, Maryland Department of Natural Resources releasing a new survey showing the number of blue crabs in the Chesapeake Bay has gone up.
According to the Blue Crab Winter Dredge Survey, the population has gone from 227 million crabs last year to 323 million crabs this year, hoping that'll help our crab prices. Officials say despite the uptick, they are continuing to remain vigilant as numbers of juvenile crabs has been below average for the past 4 years.
Well, looking at a comfortable Friday ahead, but will it last as we head into the full Preakness weekend?
Only one way to know for sure.
That's right.
Meteorologist Amy Aronson here with the answers.
Yeah, it looks a little gray right now, but it's not going to be a washout of a weekend, so that's some encouraging news. Cloudy skies to begin, but it's not going to rain today. Clouds are keeping our temperatures in check, comfortable to start. Low 60s now, pretty much everywhere. We do have two weather makers to watch. One is to our south. That's what's sending us the clouds this morning. The second is to our west. That's what's going to send us the rain come tomorrow. So both are having an impact on what we see here. First, watch this area of low pressure to our south. You'll notice it barrels by, staying just offshore today before weekending, so no rain from that system. But what we're watching, the one to our west. And right now, Future Scan's updated, and it shows rain holding off until at least 4 or 5 o'clock for Baltimore tomorrow. So most of the day at Pimlico is nice and dry. But you're going to want to have that rain jacket with you by 7 o'clock for post time, because if you're heading out to watch the big race, maybe moving out of a tent, we are tracking some showers at that hour. They shouldn't last long, but there is a chance they'll linger for the first part of your Saturday night. The good news is they're out of here by Sunday morning, and the sunshine is back for the second half of the weekend. So here's how the next 3 days play out. Today, mostly cloudy and dry, comfortable, low humidity, low 70s. Mid-70s will follow tomorrow, and I did throw in that chance for some late-day showers. By Sunday, we're back to all sunshine. We're dry, we're warm. Highs will actually warm into the upper 70s to near 80. So we've got a nice warm weekend ahead of us. Today's the coolest out of the next 3. Tomorrow, I did throw in that shower chance. We're not worried about severe weather, but we could hear a rumble of thunder as that front moves through. By Sunday, you don't need to worry about anything weather-wise. It's all sunshine. If anything, just slather on the sunscreen, grab the sunglasses. Going to be a pretty day for anything outside with highs in the upper 70s. We get close to 80 by Monday, so staying nice and warm for the start of a brand new week. And then we've got a dry stretch that will actually take us through the end of the week. Plus, it's going to stay nice and warm. So we'll spend Tuesday and Wednesday in the mid-70s, and then the upper 70s will follow through next Thursday. Remember, you can always use that QR code you see at the bottom of your 7-day forecast. If you want to use it, just scan it with your phone, and it's going to take you right to our WBFF weather app. You can also get all these weather updates there. Tom, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network here, we've been following some emergency road work. Oh, is this an improved shot right here? We know it's happening in Northeast. It was causing a major slowdown on 95 northbound. It looks like 95 southbound right there. But the other side looks to be, is it closed there? After Maryland 727, it is still closed in that area. There were cars inching through that area. It doesn't seem to be like an issue here at this point, though. That's some good news. All right, a live look now from our traffic photojournalist, Graham. He is outside City Hall for National Bike to Work Day. Mayor Brandon Scott is going to be joining Lieutenant Governor Aruna Miller, so we'll be checking in with them when that happens. The Orioles have lost 3 of their last 5 at home. Still to come in our next half hour, we're going to show you if the Birds were able to shake off the rust against the Angels to win the series.
Coming up, the dresses, the hats, the accessories. It's the fashions at Preakness coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Hello.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
We know it. You could read it right there. It is Black-Eyed Susan Day. It is here, signaling the official start of Preakness Weekend.
Here we go. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark live from Pimlico showing us what to wear in the grandstands. And the two of you, you're doing it right.
That's right, me and Lana. Lana is the beauty queen here at Pimlico. And so I know we have, this is a big day, big weekend.
Big weekend.
And so get us in the right place.
It's a big weekend for horse races, but it's also a big weekend for the fashion.
For fashion.
For fashion, and it's not time to find something to wear. I've got so much inspiration for you guys.
Okay, let's go.
Let's get into it.
Let's do it.
Okay, so our first two models here, we have Yajay and Megan. They're both wearing a silk slip dress. Both of these outfits are from Brightside Boutique. It's giving me like a little bit of a daytime glam, but it's also like casual chic at the same time.
Airy.
Very airy, yep. And both of their hats are from Church Derby Hats. It's all about the big hats and the statement pieces. So they look amazing. I love both of these looks. Amazing, amazing.
Definitely.
Those are two options for you. And we've got something for the guys. We've got Conrad. Conrad. This is a blue plaid suit. It's by Christopher Schaefer Clothier. Very clean look. I love the hat. It's a very classic boater hat. That's from Hats and
Christopher
the Belfry.
was on just yesterday on the show.
Yeah, he's everywhere. So that's Conrad. That's a very classic. That's a great look. The brown shoes ties it in really nicely, and that hat. All right, so our next model is Farron. This is a pleated fit and flare floral dress. It's by Zimmerman. It's from the Ruth Shaw at the shops in Kenilworth.
Come on, Farron.
Come on, Farron. Give it to us, girl. Just so flirty and cute. She's got the pillbox hatinator. That's from Church Derby Hats. I love this look. So girly.
Definitely.
Right? So girly. Absolutely gorgeous. All right, and we've got Logan, another look for the guys. He's wearing a plaid suit. This is from Miguel Wilson. He's got the bright bow tie that gives it a nice pop of color.
You better give him that face.
You better give him that face. And the white fedora, that is from Hats and the Belfry. So handsome. I love it.
And last and certainly not least.
Certainly not least, we've got
the
Crystal.
Queen.
Yes. Crystal is so stunning. I love a monochrome. She's got the lavender dress.
It looks so rich.
So rich. And I see you guys looking at her shoes. Her shoes are great. The fascinator is Church Derby Hats. So stunning but chic, airy, comfortable. Her dress is from Brightside Boutique.
Now wait a minute, Lana. Don't you know? Wait. Won't you do? Wait, Kenny. Let's get some of this line over here now. Miss Lana, what you got going on here? Come on now.
Just a little. You guys got to tune in. I've got something later. I've got something later for you. But mine's also Church Derby Hats. They're in Memphis. So thank you to Jen. She's amazing. And my dress is from the Macy's.
Wow, guys. If you didn't get it, all this fashion is going down this weekend, today and tomorrow. And so,
black dress.
What else can we say?
What else can we say? I'm going to be fashion policing, so I'm giving out prizes today and tomorrow to the best dress.
Oh my gosh. And to get a prize from Lana, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
She does it right. I'm always impressed. Ready for this?
Mark didn't get a prize.
No.
She didn't give him one. Not yet. Maybe a little bit later on.
It's a little pocket square. I think Mark's rocking it.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by First.
Well, now it is your chance to get out there and rock it. It is your chance to go to the second leg of the Triple Crown for free. The Preakness is happening this Saturday, and you can win 4 tickets to the race. Just call 410-469-8308. What a great opportunity. The 10th caller is going to win. Keep watching because we have more on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Get ready because today is the Black-Eyed Susan race. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll take you live to Pimlico and tell you all about how you can bet on the big races.
The EPA says Baltimore City is in violation of the Safe Water Drinking Act. We'll tell you about the concerns when it comes to your drinking water just ahead.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Oh, yeah, come on, where's that bugler? Right? Taking a live look from Pimlico on this Black-Eyed Susan Day, and we have live team coverage. We've been there all morning long from the track and also from the stables, as you see the stables happening right here. Breaking news earlier, too, that Olivia danced as the Preakness is getting underway, and Black-Eyed Susan is also today. One scratch, though, for tomorrow's race.
First mission, no more. Going to take the day, heal up, maybe has a sore hind leg, maybe they were saying.
They're saying, yeah.
That was the second favorite in the race, so that totally threw off my trifecta.
And isn't it weird now? There's 7 horses. Yep. In the 7th hole is Blazing Sevens.
Interesting.
So you're like, all right, what are the odds right there?
7 horses is a small race. It's going to be exciting. Obviously, kicking off with Black-Eyed Susan Day. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and joining us right now, Amy Aronson with the Black-Eyed Susan dress perfect for the forecast.
Yeah, lots of yellow and black around here today. We're all ready for Black-Eyed Susan Day. A fun day at Pimlico. Yellow on our temperature map, too. Low to mid-60s right now across the region. If you are headed out to Pimlico today, you're in good shape. Mostly cloudy and comfy. Low 70s this afternoon. Tomorrow, even warmer, but it does come with a chance for some late-day showers. So we are keeping a watchful eye on that. If you're headed out there at all this weekend, we want to see your Preakness pics. Send them to us, foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. Coming up in 10 minutes, we will talk more about that rain chance for tomorrow. Tom, Megan.
All right, Amy, thank you so much. We've been having fun gearing up for Preakness weekend here. Obviously today, Black-Eyed Susan Day with Preakness Stakes tomorrow.
And, of course, joining us for the preview of all things Preakness and Black-Eyed Susan Day, Olivia Dance. She's out there with her fascinator, hanging out with the jockeys, all of the horses out there. You've been having a great morning, right, Olivia?
Yeah, hey Megan and Tom, it's been a fun morning. It's been great. I have my fascinator on. I've been seeing a lot of people wearing the fascinator, so everyone's excited, ready to go. We're actually at the stables here, so we've been watching the horses as they get ready to head out to the racetrack. So that's been pretty cool to see up close and personal. But one of the things, of course, that you can do with horse racing is betting. So I want to go ahead and bring in Pete. He is the Senior Vice President of Betting. Thank you so much for joining us.
How's it going? Nice to see you. All
right, so tell us a little bit about how First is pioneering horse betting.
Well, first, they all start with the betting apps, right? So we have First Bet. You go to the App Store, you could download it. In 2020, it was launched. It has an AI feature, right, where it helps you make your bets, makes your picks, has all of these factors. It goes through all of these thousands of data points. It analyzes thousands of races to help you make your bets and do your handicapping.
That's pretty fascinating.
Yeah.
Speaking of AI actually predicted the outcome of last year's Preakness, correct?
Yeah. So early voting was 5-1. They had him on top, and Epicenter, who was the favorite, ran second. So it paid $24 for $1.
Wow.
And it basically told you what it was going to be, which is unlike the experts, the ones who think they're the experts. They didn't have that one.
Yeah, it's fascinating. So can you talk a little bit about how the AI is actually changing horse betting and the impact that's having?
Yeah, well, we're lucky enough at this point to be the head of it, right? The pioneer, as you said earlier, right? So in 2020 we came out with it. It's changing because of the speed, right? Like handicapping horse racing takes a long time to do it the right way. This cuts down, tells you what you need to know, and helps you make your bets. So I think ultimately it's going to speed up the process for everybody.
Yeah, it's really interesting. And I have to ask you, who are you betting on? Which horses are you keeping your eyes out on?
Well, listen, Mage was great in the Kentucky Derby, ran a perfect race. You know, he's coming back on 2 weeks later. There's a horse named Perform that won at Laurel a couple of weeks ago. One of the most crazy races you'll ever see that he got up there. He'll be about 10-1. So if you're looking for some value,
so that's some tips right there for people that are looking to bet. And obviously we have the Black-Eyed Susan race today. And I want to give a shout out to Pete's shoes. Look at these. He is very festive and ready to go.
Trying my best here.
I mean, that's part of the fun, too, right? Seeing everyone's outfits. So we have fascinators, Black-Eyed Susan Vans. Cool to see. Yeah. Thank you so much, Pete.
Thanks for having me.
My money's on those shoes.
Yes, they're great. All right. Thank you, Olivia. Thanks for pointing them out.
If you are celebrating Preakness Stakes, maybe you've got some Black-Eyed Susan Vans. We'd love to see them. Send us your pictures, your videos from Pimlico or your at-home Preakness celebrations. Just go to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, or you can scan that QR code that you see right there on your screen. Turning now to a city in crisis. The EPA is condemning Baltimore's handling of the E. coli contamination and other crises, saying that the city didn't comply with the Safe Water Drinking Act.
Taylor Stewart has more with the ultimatum from the EPA. Taylor.
The EPA says Baltimore City is in violation of the Safe Drinking Water Act, particularly when it comes to two reservoirs serving major parts of the city. Lake Ashburn and Druid Hill Park have ongoing construction projects to bury drinking water tanks underground. Both of those projects have been delayed several times, and now, according to the EPA, the city is in violation of federal law. The EPA's latest order mandates the city to complete both projects by the end of 2023. It also requires the city to contract the lab to test for various parasites and contaminants until the water tank projects are complete.
Well, I think there's poor management on all levels. There are people who exploited the requirements by EPA to do a lot of other things. And that may be one of the reasons why this thing is taking so long.
The delays with these projects are not the only issues Baltimore City has faced with respect to drinking water. Just 8 months ago, the E. coli contamination left thousands of residents without water for days. And then last Labor Day, the city was forced to offer water at distribution sites because of a water issue then. Now, at this point, the EPA says the city has to notify residents of this latest violation. We'll, of course, keep you updated as this develops. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, Taylor, thank you. Turning now to counties under pressure. Baltimore County officially confirms Dr. Miriam Yarborough as the new school superintendent. The state superintendent approving her appointment in a letter sharing with our Project Baltimore team yesterday afternoon. The state saying it's committed to help Yarborough's mission to bring Baltimore County back to the top of the state academically.
I was here as a first-year teacher, and I remember when Baltimore County Public Schools, we were at the top of the state. It is my intention to work together with you, the community, our staff, all stakeholders, and our students, first and foremost, to get back to the top of the state and the nation.
Dr. Yarborough was recently named in a wrongful termination suit filed in Baltimore County, but she received positive feedback at a hearing this week. Yarborough's contract begins July 1st. She is the county's fourth superintendent in 6 years after Dr. Darrell Williams decided not to renew his contract.
Well, from the Live Center this morning, a hearing over the weaponization of the government went into chaos with both Republicans and Democrats sparring over transparency concerns. The issue at hand, why the witnesses' testimony was shared with Republicans just before the hearing, but not with Democrats.
Will you give us a copy of that testimony that was transcribed of your discussions with him?
That'll be up to Mr. Allen.
But you are in possession of them, aren't you?
Sure are.
So why would you not give them to us?
Because Mr. Allen's a whistleblower and he didn't want that to happen.
I find it incredible that evidence that one side has garnered is not going to be shared with the other side. That is not how committees work.
Another point of conflict, the witnesses' status as whistleblowers. Democrats arguing being unhappy with the FBI did not make the witnesses, all of whom were former special agents with the agency, whistleblowers. Republicans say it's up to the witnesses and the laws as to whether the information they brought forth qualifies them as being a whistleblower. Well, the hearing comes a day after the FBI said it revoked the security clearances of 3 agents who either attended the January 6th riot at the U.S. Capitol or debunked alternate theories about the Capitol attack. That's the latest from our Live Center.
The growing drug shortage in the U.S., how it's impacting people with life-threatening diseases, what experts say is behind this, and what's being done to help.
Highs in the 70s to end your work week. Still ahead, meteorologist Amy Aronson tracking our next weather maker and potential showers pushing in for Preakness weekend. It is 9:38 now, and you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. The Baltimore Ravens will be hosting a family movie night at M&T Bank Stadium happening tonight. Those attending will watch DC League of Super Pets, and they're going to be able to bring their own super dogs. The movie starts at 7 o'clock. Tickets for the event cost $10 on the Baltimore Ravens website. Aside from the movie, there will also be self-guided locker room tours, face painting, inflatable bounce houses, and interactive games. Ravens cheerleaders Poe and the marching band will be there as well. Parking for the event is free, beginning at 4.
The Ravens will also be hosting an organization-wide volunteer day to build a new playground and provide upgrades at the Morrow Park Elementary Middle School and Recreation Center. This project marks a $200,000 community investment completely funded by the Ravens Foundation. Ravens players, along with team staff members, will all be in attendance.
Temperatures are spring-like today, hitting the 70s. Still to come, meteorologist Amy Aronson will be taking a look at how the next weather maker could impact your Preakness forecast tomorrow.
Oh my goodness, you just need to hear me out. Get it? Because this is positively a cute kitten right here. Look at this Bagel 3. You get to meet Bagel here coming up in just a little bit from the SPCA, how you can bring this little guy home. Oh, thank you. Wait, turn on.
Across the country, there is a new kind of land grab underway.
Millions of acres being bought up by foreign investors. Full Measure has a story this week, and Cheryl Atkinson is joining us now with a preview. Cheryl, thank you so much for joining us. Yeah, the land grab buying by foreigners or people that live in other countries, right?
That's right, especially we're focusing on China. We've been reporting on this, that China has become increasingly aggressive in developing financial strategies and alliances that give it more control, whether we're talking about Africa from where we've reported, or South America, or here in the United States. And what some are calling a land grab here involves land that's being purchased in great numbers at times, sometimes near sensitive military installations. But it turns out that the answer isn't as easy as saying no foreign adversary can buy land in the U.S., because it turns out it's complicated and there's another side of the story. Scott Thuman will be reporting on all of that from Texas this week on Full Measure.
Very interesting. Sure, I know you guys are also reporting on a disturbing new analysis of the COVID shutdowns on schools. Tell us more about that.
Well, a lot's already been said and written about the toll of the COVID shutdowns on the kids that were subjected to them. And of course, the impact is far from over. But this is the first analysis that I know of that's looked so far out at this particular earmark. And that is the amount of earnings lost by a COVID kid over their lifetime on average. They've been able to calculate that. And we'll be speaking to the author of that report Sunday on Full Measure.
All right, Cheryl Atkinson, thank you very much. Now, you can watch Full Measure with Cheryl right here on Fox 45, airing Sunday mornings at 10 and then again Sunday night at 11. And then for behind-the-scenes look at Cheryl's stories and investigations, just look up the podcast Full Measure After Hours, wherever you like to listen to your podcasts. 9:46, and we're looking at a nice day ahead, but will it last and stay that way for the running of the Preakness?
Let's get right over to meteorologist Amy Aronson with the full Weather Authority forecast. Amy.
Yeah, that's the big question. It's cloudy today. That's the start of an unsettled beginning to the weekend, at least. Mid-60s to begin, low 70s later today. Cloudy and mild for your Friday. I'm tracking a few showers for your Saturday. At least it's going to be warm both tomorrow and again on Sunday. We've got two weather makers we're keeping an eye on. The first is to our south. That's what's setting us the clouds today. Rain from that should stay offshore. The second is to our west. That's the cold front that's going to be pushing in, setting us that slim chance for some showers tomorrow. So today we're just covered in the clouds, at least to begin. Mostly cloudy, actually much of today. High temperatures will still manage to make their way into the low and mid-70s this afternoon. We stay completely rain-free up through Saturday morning. So tomorrow, if you're headed out to Pimlico early, you're in good shape. You don't need the rain jacket at that point. I'd still bring it because look at what happens later in the afternoon. By the early evening hours, we get this skinny line of showers coming in from west to east between 5 and 7, 8 o'clock now. So that could mean some showers to wrap up the races at Pimlico on Saturday. They should scoot out of here Saturday night, and then we're dry again by Sunday. So for today, you don't need to worry about the rain, at least. More clouds than sun today, with highs ending up in the low 70s this afternoon, so it actually feels nice out there. Perfect for grilling tonight, too. We'll start off dry, temperatures near 70 to begin, and then cooling off into the low 60s after sunset tonight. A quick look at that Preakness planner shows mostly cloudy tomorrow, too, at Pimlico, with some showers throughout the afternoon into the evening, so be prepared for that. Otherwise, it's still going to be nice and warm. I think high temperatures will manage to reach the mid-70s tomorrow. Quick look ahead shows temperatures get close to 80 degrees by the end of the weekend. Tons of sunshine actually on Sunday. We stay sunny, we stay dry on Monday with highs near 80. After that, our dry stretch will continue and take us all the way through week's end. Temperatures will be pretty seasonable and actually near normal. We'll spend Tuesday and Wednesday in the mid-70s and then upper 70s by week's end. Now, in just a couple of minutes, we'll take a look ahead at your full 10-day forecast. And believe it or not, that's actually going to include that Memorial Day weekend forecast, too. Tom, Megan.
Remember, Amy, and everyone watching at home, you can always track severe storms, even when we are not on the air, by downloading the free Fox 45 Weather Authority app. Just go to your app store, search WBFF to get started.
Well, a little Thursday afternoon matinee between the O's and the Angels for the season finale. Bottom of 7, Adley Rutschman with his 2-run blast nearly reaches Utah Street, gives the O's 5-4 lead. Yeah, but that lead would then drift away in the 8th. Tani reaches the plate on an infield single. That scores the go-ahead run in the final run. Angels end up getting the win. 6-5 is your final. Orioles in Toronto tonight. First pitch, 7:07.
Oh, my goodness. It is time. Can you hear that soft purring here? It's time for our pet of the week. Another furry friend joining us here this morning. We have Katie Flory with the Maryland SPCA joining us with Bagel 3.
Yes, Bagel 3 is 8 weeks old. She is super sweet calico. There is a Bagel 4 as well.
What about 1 and 2?
1 and 2, I believe, were already adopted, but 3 and 4 are still looking for their homes. She is such a sweet little girl, loves to play, has been just enjoying her time here.
And, you know I'm allergic to cats, and I couldn't help but touch little Bagel 3. Just a happy little cat. And it's crazy to say this, but she looks at me when you're talking, too. She looks up at you, and she acknowledges your presence, which is very thoughtful and kind.
She's been in foster for quite a while as she was growing up, so she definitely has had quite a bit of socialization. And
let's show you up.
just the cutest, sweetest little thing. So we're hoping that she will find her home today.
She's very pretty too. Her fur. She's. Do you call it long hair?
So I believe she's going to be a medium to long hair.
Okay.
So definitely will be some grooming involved in her. But if you are looking for a great addition to your home, she'll be wonderful for it.
And pretty markings. Now, when is she available to go home?
She'll be available today.
Okay.
She's also one of our spokespeople for our Kindness for Paws art show, which is going on this weekend.
I can see why.
So we are really hoping people will come out to the White Marsh Mall on Sunday from 12 to 3, purchase some art, adopt an animal, and really support our community and the animals in it.
It's always fun to see them walk around too because they're so stinking cute. Oh my goodness. So Bagel 3 and Bagel 4 available for adoption. Does Bagel 4 look like her?
Bagel 4 is a little bit more of a Torby, so more of a black marbling color.
Okay.
But
This
they
is
are
beautiful,
both
this
just
gray color.
super, super sweet kittens.
The grayish is super in style right now too.
It is.
And I know we're heading into cat month. Isn't June actually cat month?
So it depends. This year we are seeing a little bit of an earlier cat season.
Okay.
So we are starting to see, again, thousands of cats and kittens coming into our shelters. If you are interested in adopting, now's the time to do it. Help us out because we are all full.
I know I fall in love with all the pets on the show, but this cat is, there's something special. The personality is super cute. Thank you so much for coming in. Bagel 3, I wish you all the best. Good luck. What a pretty color. Look how sweet. All right, Tom, how do you not take this home?
I know. Cute little kitten right there. Well, happening today, we're not just celebrating kittens, but endangered species because it's National Endangered Species Day. It's been 50 years since the Endangered Species Act became law. The Fish and Wildlife Service maintains a list of all endangered species including some of the animals many of us know about, and that they are also insects, crustaceans, and plants are on there. There are things that you can help. You can educate yourself on conservation and avoid buying things like illegal wildlife products or unsustainable foods like palm oils. These types of efforts have helped animals recover and come off the endangered species list. The bald eagle and American alligator are perfect examples of that. So can we expect rain on the track for Preakness tomorrow? Meteorologist Amy Aronson tracking our next chance for rain ahead in her exclusive 10-day forecast.